The Black Walnut by D.B. Weir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The black walnut is without doubt the most valuable tree we have for the rich lands of the Corn Belt West, and one which is very easily grown everywhere if the farmer will only learn how to get it started. How few we see growing on our prairies. Why? Simply because to have it, we must grow it from the nuts. It is nearly impossible to transplant black walnut trees of any size and have them live. Although it is a fact that whenever a non-professional attempts to grow them from the nuts, he is almost sure to fail. It is also a fact that there is no tree that is more easily grown from the seed than this, if we only knew how to do it. It is my purpose in this note to tell how to do it, and also how not to do it. In the first instance, we will suppose a man lives where he can gather the nuts in the woods. When the nuts begin to fall, let him plow deeply the plot of ground he wishes to plant and furrow it off 3 or 4 inches deep, the distance apart he wishes his rows to be. He will then go to the woods and gather what nuts he wishes to plant, and plant them at once, just as they come from the tree, covering them just out of sight in the furrows. This is all there is of it. Simple, is it not? But it will not do to gather a great wagon box full, and let them stand in it until they heat, or to throw them in a great heap on the ground, and let them lay there until they heat. It will not do either to hull them and let them lay in the sun a week or 2, or hull them, dry them, and keep them until spring, and then plant. None of these plans will do if you want trees. Of course, if the nuts are hulled and planted at once, they will grow. But this hulling is entirely unnecessary. Besides, the hulls seem to act as a special manure for the young seedlings, causing them to grow more vigorously. Next, we will suppose one wishes to plant walnuts where they can not be had from the woods, but must be shipped in. There seems to be only one plan by which this can be done safely every time, which is as follows. Gather the nuts as they fall from the trees. Of course, when they begin to fall naturally, all may be shaken down at once, and spread them not over a foot deep on the bare ground under the shade of trees. Cover out of sight with straw or leaves, with some sticks to hold in place called a rot heap. Then, after they are frozen and will stay so, they may be shipped in bags, boxes, barrels, or in bulk by the carload, and then, again, placed in rot heaps as above, until so early in the spring as the soil is in workable condition. Then plant as directed in the fall, except the soil should be firmly packed around the nuts. Keep free from weeds by good cultivation, and in due time you will have a splendid grove. There was an immense crop of walnuts in this district last fall, and thousands of bushels were put up carefully in this way, all ready for shipment before the weather became warm. Many more thousands were planted to grow seedlings from, for, notwithstanding the walnut transplants poorly when of considerable size, the 1-year seedlings transplant with as little loss as the average trees. There is no tree better adapted for planting to secure timber claims with than the black walnut, and none more valuable when the timber is grown. For this purpose the land should be plowed deeply, then harrowed to fineness and firmness, and furrowed out in rows 4, 6, 8, or 10 feet apart. The nuts may then be planted as directed. It is best to plant thickly in the rows. Then, if too thick, they can be thinned out, transplanting the thinnings or selling them to the neighbors. They should be thoroughly cultivated until large enough to shade the ground, and thinned out as necessary as they grow larger. A walnut grove thoroughly cultivated the first 10 years will grow at least 20 feet high, while one not cultivated at all would only grow 2 to 3 feet in that time. D.B. Weir, Bacon, Illinois. End of The Black Walnut by D.B. Weir. Read by April 6090, California, United States of America.
Can radio ignite balloons? The opinions of Nikola Tesla and other radio experts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Can radio ignite balloons? The opinions of Nikola Tesla and other radio experts. From the Electrical Experimenter, October 1919. As a result of the newest theory that powerful induced currents emanating from the naval radio station in Chicago produced the spark that ignited the Goodyear dirigible airship, which plunged in flames through the roof of a bank building in that city, resulting in death for 13 persons and injury to 27 others, naval communication officers will aid the authorities in fixing responsibility for the disaster. It was ascertained that technical experts had suggested this theory because the big ship sailed over or near the transportation building, from the roof of which are projected the antennae of the naval radio station. The building through the skylight of which the blazing dirigible fell was the Illinois Trust and Savings Bank. Lieutenant F.S. Mason of the Great Lakes Naval Training Station, District Communication Service officer, while refraining from agreeing with the theory, said he would cooperate with the investigating officials. Pilot John Botner of the ill-fated dirigible said he had not been aware of the location of the naval radio station. H. M. Billesby, head of a large engineering corporation and foreman of the coroner's jury of technical men, said experts had suggested the radio theory to him. Colonel J. C. Morrow, Chief Air Officer of the Central Department of the Army, the principal witness at the inquest, was a passenger in the dirigible on a trip preceding the fatal one. At that time, he said the ship was in safe condition. The pilot he considered competent. He thought the possibility of sparks from the exhaust igniting the gas bag very remote, but said he had not formed an opinion as to the cause of the accident. What Nikola Tesla says. Probably no other living electrician could be found today who can more authoritatively state just what effect can be produced at a distance by radio currents than Dr. Nikola Tesla. He has produced and measured the greatest electrical discharges ever developed by man, sparks 70 to 100 feet in length, which manifested their influence 12 miles and more distant. In a special interview with the Electrical Experimenter representative, Dr. Tesla said in regard to the present blimp disaster, quote, "Referring to electrical or radio wave action at a distance, I know from experience that if proper precautions are not taken, fires of all kinds and explosions can be produced by wireless transmitters. In my experiments in Colorado, when the plant was powerfully excited, the lightning arresters for 12 miles around were bridged with continuous arcs, much stronger and more persistent than those which ordinarily took place during an electric storm. I have excited loops, coil aerials, and lighted incandescent lamps at a considerable distance from the laboratory without even using more than 5 or 10% of the capacity of the transmitter. When the oscillator was excited to about 4 million volts and an incandescent lamp was held in the hand about 50 or 60 feet from the laboratory, the filament was often broken by the vibration set up, giving some idea of the magnitude of the electromotive forces generated in the space. The accompanying illustration shows one of my experiments in which I lighted several lamps at a distance of 100 feet from the laboratory purely by wireless energy. Such induced currents might easily fire a gas balloon under the proper conditions. When the large transmitter coil, 51 feet in diameter, which I had in the center of the laboratory, was powerfully energized, butterflies were carried around in a circle as in a hurricane and could not get out, no matter how they tried. I was unable to satisfactorily explain the gyrations in the circle, although I can well understand that the charged coil might, by repulsion, keep them in the center. Perhaps the most remarkable of all the observations was the production of sparks in the sand when one walked at some distance from the building. At night, a continuous stream of tiny sparks could be seen between the heels and the earth and between the grains of sand. Another most curious effect was the action on horses, which show how very sensitive they are to electric shock. When I operated with undamped waves, the oscillator being perfectly silent, no streamers whatever, a horse at a distance of perhaps 1/2 mile would become scared and gallop away the instant the switch was thrown on. I suppose the capacity of the body was sufficiently great to derive a rather strong current through the legs which would frighten the animal. When using damped waves, the roar was so strong that it could be plainly heard 10 miles away, and despite all precautions, such as using cotton in the ears, one would get a singular sensation in the head, as if something was bursting, similar to that I observed with Röntgen rays in 1896 or 97, when I was operating with a powerful apparatus designed for their production. In my experiments in New York in the laboratories at 35 South Fifth Avenue and at Houston Street, I have exhibited to thousands of people effects of loops or coil antennae. In one experiment, for instance, I would tune a coil about 30 inches in diameter, with which I would collect at any place in a large hall nearly 3/4 of a horsepower, lighting incandescent lamps, producing long discharges, streamers, etc. One of my exhibits, which was particularly appreciated, was a coil carried on the head, which, when resonantly excited, would develop streamers several feet long. As regards the deplorable accident to the blimp in Chicago, of course a powerful wireless plant is capable of setting up, at a few 100 feet distance, electromotive forces of such magnitude that if there is even moderate rise through resonance, long sparks may result. In Colorado, I drew 1-inch sparks between my body and an iron pipe buried in the ground about 100 feet from the laboratory. I think it perfectly practicable to produce an explosion by wireless designedly at a considerable distance from a wireless transmitter, and I look upon the accident as very likely having been due to some such cause. By taking proper precautions, however, it is possible to entirely eliminate this danger, and I have devoted much thought to the subject, having early recognized the peril to such bags filled with hydrogen. According to my ideas, the accident is not so much chargeable to the plant as to the neglect of proper precautions on the aerial vessel itself. Such a vessel has a considerable span, and the guy wires, gondola, and other metallic parts constitute a considerable capacity, so that an appreciable amount of energy can be deprived from a wireless plant at a great distance, as it is well shown in the ease with which messages are transmitted to and received from aerial vessels. Why do the naval and other authorities allow such forms of aircraft to use an explosive gas like hydrogen? A short time ago, the press was filled with the wondrous stories of how the U.S. government experts had perfected the manufacture of the new and non-inflammable balloon gas, helium, to such an extent that it was very cheap and readily obtainable in quantities. Funny how these new inventions require so long a time to reach the public and those who need them. Helium, extracted from illuminating gas, is not new or wonderful at all. My friend Sir James Dewar showed me experiments with it over 20 years ago." End quote. How radio waves, even at distances of several miles, can cause sparks to occur among bales of cotton, baled with wire hoops, etc., is shown in one of the accompanying illustrations. The cotton bale wires have currents induced in them every time a radio message is sent from the ship or in its vicinity. This induced current is practically never strong enough to heat up the wire, But should one of these wires break and form a spark gap, then very often the induced current will cause a spark to jump the gap. That is enough to start a fire. Where wired bales are packed close together in the hold of a steamer, in trains or warehouses, here also radio waves are liable to cause fairly strong electrical oscillations to be set up by resonance in adjacent loops on the bales, as the diagram shows. Result: a spark occurs, and another fire of unknown origin has started. Mr. George A. Leroy, a French chemist, in his municipal laboratory at Rouen, France, very ably demonstrated that wireless waves could without doubt cause fires at a distance. His apparatus is shown schematically herewith. Mr. Leroy's apparatus has been christened by him the igniting resonator. The apparatus he used consists of a glass bulb having 4 apertures, one at either side and one at the top and bottom respectively. The substance to be tested with this igniter resonator can be placed in the airtight glass compartment and the 2 electrodes very accurately adjusting by micrometer screws fitted to them. The transmitter comprises a spark coil giving a 15 to 20 inch spark, which was connected with a spark gap, glass plate, and tinfoil condenser, and a loop antenna or spiral comprising a few turns of heavy wire, about 2 feet in diameter. Several yards distant, Mr. Leroy placed his receiving coil or igniting resonator, which included a loop or heavy copper conductor about 3 feet in diameter. The action on the device was similar to that of the Hertzian resonator, that is, whenever the spark coil or transmitting helix were excited, allowing a spark to jump the gap, electromagnetic waves were set up in the intervening ether, causing corresponding currents to be induced or set up in the receiving loop. As in the historic experiments of Hertz, this loop will gather sufficient energy from the etheric waves to cause a small spark to jump a gap connected across the terminals of the loop, as the accompanying diagram clearly shows. Mr. Leroy carried out many different experiments with his apparatus, placing the glass spark chamber of the igniting resonator in a bath of oil or vaseline, which can be heated when desired by incandescent lamps, etc. One of the most interesting experiments carried out by Mr. Leroy was that with miniature bales of cotton, which were enclosed in jute wrappers and provided with iron wire bands, in the way cotton is usually packed for shipment. Spontaneous combustions in cotton warehouses and in ship holds loaded with cotton or similar material are not always what they seem, says Mr. Leroy, in describing his experiments and results with the radio igniter. One of the hoops encircling the bale of raw cotton may break or become loose under the action of shock or from some other cause, and the gap created by the breaking of the wire forms a miniature Hertzian resonator. When a wireless station situated in the immediate vicinity, or perhaps at some quite distant point, starts in to transmit, and the more powerful the station, the more pronounced the effects and danger from fire, of course, currents will be induced in the iron wire around the bales or other packages, and sparks may pass between the various metal members. Especially will they be inclined to jump small gaps in the wire which occur in the immediate loop. We may say right here that to a layman all of this phenomena may seem somewhat far-fetched, and not within the realm of everyday possibilities, but anyone who has experimented with high-frequency currents, as generated from even a small-size oscillator, will at once be convinced that these effects can and do take place under most unbelievable conditions. Of course, one objection that the average electrical and radio reader will probably think of is that if the cotton bales, etc., are placed in a steel vessel, then this metallic hull will act as a screen, and that the bales will not have any current induced in their wire loops. But while this may be partially so, in some cases it is not always so by any means, especially when the home transmitting station, such as on shipboard, starts in operating. In this case, the steel hull of the boat is charged whenever the transmitting key is depressed. The secret, if so we may call it, of the production of inflammatory sparks or discharges in metallic bodies such as here described lies in the phenomena known as resonance. This means that the nearer the metallic members come in tune with the radio waves, the more pronounced the induction effects produced in any instance. It is of course readily conceivable that a cargo of cotton bales presents many peculiar conditions of resonance due to the varying capacities and inductances of the various loops. In fact, so obvious and possible is this condition that a wooden vessel carrying bales of cotton or other material having wire or metal members to hold them, and providing she is fitted with a wireless station of even a few kilowatts, that the editors would prefer to stay on land than go on sea on such a ship. One of the accompanying photographs shows how a great multitude of close oscillatory circuits are provided unwittingly in all framed or rigid gas airships, and even in the non-rigid gas airships there is usually a sufficient amount of metal present in the gondola, wires, and other fittings to form one or more resonant circuits, which may cause a spark at an imperfect joint or other gap. It should be remembered, as laboratory tests have demonstrated beyond cavil, that it is not necessary to have a metal wire coil in spiral form in order to have powerful currents induced of sufficient strength to cause a spark to jump from it. A straight metallic wire, bar, or even tools, lying within a few yards of a small high-frequency coil will pick up sufficient energy to cause sparks to jump from them, and they will sometimes glow with a vivid brush discharge when viewed in a darkened room. End of Can Radio Ignite Balloons? The Opinions of Nikola Tesla and Other Radio Experts, from the Electrical Experimenter, October 1919. Recording by Availle in May 2018.
The Communal Life of Yellow Jacket Wasps, from Wasps, Social and Solitary, by George W. Peckham and Elizabeth G. Peckham, 1903. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Communal Life. For where's the state beneath the firmament that doth excel the wasps for government? What is not good for the swarm is not good for the wasp. As the tendency of mankind to crowd into towns grows stronger, the joys of country life and the workings of nature are more and more excluded from the daily experience of humanity. In a few, the primal love of the wild is too strong for suppression, and, turning from the hot and noisy streets, they find it a refreshment of spirit to meet our little brothers of earth and air in the wider spaces of their own territory. We were walking through the woods one hot day in the middle of August when our attention was attracted by a stream of yellow jackets issuing from the ground. They came in such surprising numbers and looked so full of energy that we stopped to watch them, and this was our introduction to the study of these bold sons of air and heat, although a perusal of Fabre's fascinating Souvenirs entomologiques had prepared us to feel a lively interest in them. We were at our summer home near Milwaukee, where meadow and garden, with the wooded island in the lake close by, offered themselves as hunting grounds, while wasps of every kind, the socialistic tribes, as well as the extreme individualists of the solitary species, were waiting to be studied. The Vespas that had aroused our interest received our first attention, and a nest in the ground proved to be a most convenient arrangement. Experiments that would have been dangerous to life and limb had we tried them with a paper nest hanging in the open, were easy here so long as we kept calm and unflurried. Intent upon their own affairs and unsuspicious of evil, perhaps because they knew themselves to be armed against aggression, they accepted our presence, at first with indifference, but as we sat there day after day, we must have become landmarks to them, and perhaps before the summer was over they considered us really a part of home. While poor humanity takes comfort in a midday siesta, wasps love the heat of noontide, and with every rise in temperature they fly faster, hum louder, and rejoice more and more in the fullness of life. The entrance to the Vespa nest was but an inch across, and once when they were going in and out in a hurrying throng, jostling each other in their eagerness, we counted the number that passed, one taking the entrances and one the exits. In 10 minutes 592 left the nest and 247 went in, so that we saw 839, or about 80 to the minute. This must be a strong swarm, wonderful indeed when we thought that it had all come from a single queen mother. We imagined how she had made an early start, digging a hole in the ground, building within it a paper comb with 5 or 6 cells around a central column, and laying therein some neuter eggs. How she had then spent a month in attending carefully to the beginning of things, feeding the young larvae as they hatched and watching over them through their childhood and youth. And then how her solicitude was rewarded by the filial devotion with which this first set of workers took upon themselves the labor of excavating, building, and feeding the young, everything indeed except the egg-laying. These queens, surrounded though they are by respectful and attentive subjects, have much the worst of it in our estimation, never going out, and passing their lives in a dull routine. Through the early summer only neuters are produced, but when fall approaches the future generation is provided for by the development of males and females. The activity of the little colony is limited by the season, for as the days grow colder the males and females leave the nest and mate, and a little later both males and workers lose ambition, become inactive, and finally die, while the queens hide away in protected corners to reappear in the spring. The eggs and larvae, left unfed and uncared for, become a prey to molds and to hordes of insects, and thus the swarm comes to an end. We had once made some not very successful attempts to find out whether spiders had a sense of color, and seeing that the conditions were much more favorable with our present subjects, we thought it would be a good plan to test their knowledge of the spectrum. Providing 6 sheets of stiff paper, 2 feet square, colored respectively red, blue, green, pink, and 2 shades of yellow, and cutting a circular hole 4 1/2 inches in diameter in the center of each, we began our experiments by placing the red paper over the nest so that the entrance was clearly exposed. The outgoing wasps dashed upward without noticing it, but great was the confusion among the homecomers. Thrown out of their reckoning, they clamored about us in ever-increasing swarms. Like Homer's wasps, all rise in arms and with a general cry assert their domes and buzzing progeny. And a crisis for us was approaching, when one, a pioneer of thought, determined to go into the hole, which did not look like the right hole, although it was where the right hole ought to be. And so potent is example that one by one the others followed. 3 hours later they had become accustomed to the change, and went in and out as usual. They had noticed the paper, that was plain enough, but did they notice the redness? To test this, we left things as they were for 2 days, and then substituted blue paper for the red. Again the confusion, the swarming of fervent legions, the noisy expostulations, the descent of one after another. But this time they settled down to their ordinary routine in a little more than 2 hours. On the following day we removed the blue paper, leaving the grass around the nest exposed, and this proved a new source of mystification, but not so serious as the others. At the end of an hour 25 or 30 were still buzzing about, needing the guidance of the blue paper to get inside, and entering at once when it was replaced. As we tried new colors from day to day, a few of the wasps became entirely reconciled to our interference, and paid no attention to the changes, while the others grew more or less accustomed to the idea of mutability, and were but little disturbed, although they still showed their consciousness of each alteration by making a few circles before going in. We once placed some dark red nasturtiums on light yellow paper near the nest, and found that more than 1/3 of the homecoming wasps flew to them and hovered over them before entering. When light yellow nasturtiums, nearly matching the paper in color, were substituted, only 1 out of 36 noticed them, and as the odor was as strong in one case as the other, it would seem that the color was the attracting force. Our final color experiment was to let the blue paper remain for a day or 2, giving time for all the wasps to become familiar with it, and then to leave it on the ground 1.5 feet away, while replacing it with yellow. This gave a false nest surrounded by the color that they had been associating with the entrance, and a true nest surrounded by a new color. In the next 10 minutes 270 wasps came home, and every one of them went to the false nest. Many circled above it, others entered the hole in the paper, and some began to excavate and made quite a depression in the ground. But gradually they found their way home. 3 hours later 76 wasps entered the false nest in 5 minutes, and at evening they were still visiting it in goodly numbers. But on the next day we saw only 2 that were deceived. On successive days we substituted red for yellow, green for red, and so on, always with similar results, although the wasps became more and more accustomed to the vicissitudes of their life, and after a time seemed to look for the hole itself without relying upon the color to guide them. They found their nest under a color new to them much more readily than when the paper was taken entirely away and the ground left exposed. Once, when the green paper was around their nest and the wind blew it over the hole so that they could not enter, at least 100 collected, many of them settling in the false nest. When we lifted the green paper, leaving the hole free, only 3 or 4 entered, but when we put it back in place they rushed in 6 or 7 at a time. It was plainly the color that directed them. This was a nearly rainless summer, a condition extremely favorable to wasp development. Nests multiplied and grew until the whole countryside complained, and no wonder, for houses were full of them, and at meal times they gathered at the table with the members of the family. How did they know when dinner was ready? It could not have been by the sight, unfamiliar to them, of cooked food. Was it, then, through the sense of smell? Many were the questions that we asked in vain of our Vespas, but here was one that they could readily be made to answer. We rolled up 2 bundles, one of nothing but gauze, and another like it in appearance, but containing some warm chicken bones. These were laid to one side of the nest, the color of the gauze matching that of the paper on which it was placed. The wasps, in returning to the nest, even though loaded with food, could not resist the appetizing odor, and settled thickly upon the bone bundle, trying their best to penetrate within, while the empty gauze was unnoticed. As the bones grew cold and dry, they attracted less attention, but 2 days later they were occasionally visited. Having killed 2 wasps that had alighted on the ground by striking them with a folded paper, we took them up and placed one of them at a distance so that it was entirely hidden in the grass. 5 settled above it, and after they had carried it away, the place was visited by several others, while the spot upon which we had killed them drew to it 9 wasps within 15 minutes. Thus they seemed very keen of scent where animal matter was concerned, but the powerful oils of peppermint and wintergreen, though noticed, aroused little attention, perhaps because they indicated nothing of interest to them. Our experiments on hearing met with negative results. The wasps seemed insensible to any noise we could make or that we could produce by whistles of various degrees of shrillness. This, of course, does not show that they cannot hear, and anyone who has been unfortunate enough to disturb them in the neighborhood of their nest will remember how their angry buzzing seemed to serve as a battle cry to gather all the members of the clan for the attack. Our Vespas began to work an hour or 2 after sunrise, and did not stop until dusk. One cloudy evening, when darkness fell early, they continued to return to the nest, being able to fly to the right spot without any hesitation, although our vision did not permit us to see the opening without going down on our knees and looking closely. At last it grew perfectly dark, and we stuffed a handkerchief into the hole, with the result that 75, coming home without a ray of light to guide them, were shut out, and were found clustered about the spot on the following morning. We wanted to estimate the amount of labor done by a worker in a day, and so, rising one morning at the first bird call, we went out into the freshness of dawn, and for an hour had the world to ourselves. But a little before 5, a few straggling wasps that had stayed out all night began to bring in loads, and by 7:30 they were fairly under way. From 4:30 until 12 we counted all that passed, 4,534 going out and 3,362 coming home. And with all this activity there seemed to be no pleasure excursions, for each one carried food when returning and took out a pellet of earth when leaving. We once raised a little garden from the pellets that were dropped on our porch table, where we kept a bowl of water. Wasps are great drinkers, and when they find such a provision they come frequently to refresh themselves, dropping their loads as they alight. This habit of holding on to their loads until they settle down may perhaps make them a factor in extending the boundaries of plant distribution, both under ordinary conditions and when, as must often happen with little creatures flying so high, they are blown to long distances from home. Having kept close track not only of the numbers but of the hours, each count being made to cover 5 minutes, we were able to calculate that an average trip occupied 43 minutes. When we met these wasps in the garden, they never seemed to be hurrying, and had the air of amusing themselves, but they must be faithful workers to accomplish so much. The curious fact has been established that when food is very plentiful, the workers begin to lay male eggs, thus taking from the queen a part of her burden and leaving her free to produce neuters and females. The nest that we were watching was found at the end of the season to contain 4,661 wasps in various stages of development, and others that we opened had from 2 to 4,000. This is nothing to the social wasps of China, where a single household is made up of from 15 to 20,000 members. But China is a thickly populated country, and perhaps with wasps, as with human beings, several families live in a single domicile. Outside of their wonderful social instincts, our wasps are found wanting in the higher gifts of emotion and intellect. When we killed a number of them and placed them near the nest, their nearest relatives wasted no time in mourning, nor yet in revenge, but calmly cut up the bodies and fed them to the ever-hungry young ones. If we placed some rich and tempting morsels at a distance, 2 or 3 would discover them, and would go back and forth all day without telling the others about it, as ants would have done under like circumstances. When we obstructed the opening to their nest by lightly laying blades of grass across, the day passed without its occurring to the wasps to lift them away, although they suffered the greatest inconvenience in getting in and out, crawling laboriously through, and in some instances giving up the task and flying away. Vespa maculata, building on trees and fences, has practically the same habits as the ground wasp germanica, the internal structure of the nest following the same plan, while the outer wall is of a papery substance like that of the combs, made from the scrapings of weather-beaten wood. The genus Polistes builds combs similar to that of Vespa, under porches or in any sheltered place, and does not enclose them. All these wasps, when adult, enjoy fruit and flowers as well as animal food, but only this last is used for the young, and many a caterpillar, creeping along with sinister design, is snatched by them to be chewed into a pulpy mass, and then fed to the larva. No calculation has been made of the value of these wasps in agriculture, and one of the things that farmers have yet to learn is to encourage their presence in orchards and gardens. Some species are said to sting the drones and larvae to death at the close of the season, but this habit is not followed by Vespa germanica and Vespa maculata. Since there is no store of provision to be economized through the winter, the only object of such conduct would be the merciful one of ending their sufferings at once instead of letting them perish by slow starvation, and we find no evidence for such elevated ideas. What makes for the welfare of the species they thoroughly attend to, but beyond that point they do not go. The socialism of wasps is in a less evolved state than that of bees and ants, and yet there is in it sufficient sacrifice of self to the common good to excite the respectful wonder of human beings, whose relations to each other and to the state have such different standards. End of The Communal Life of Yellow-Jacket Wasps, from Wasps, Social and Solitary, by George W. Peckham and Elizabeth G. Peckham, 1903. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
The True Prophecies or Prognostications of Michael Nostradamus, Physician to Henry II, Francis II, and Charles IX, Kings of France, and one of the most excellent astronomers that ever were. Century 1. The First 50 Quatrains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. Sitting by night in my secret study alone, resting upon the brazen stool, a slight flame breaking forth out of that solitude makes me utter what is not in vain to believe. 2. With rod in hand, set in the middle of the branches, with water I wet the limb and the foot. In fear I writ, quaking in my sleeves, divine splendor, the divine sitteth by. 3. When the litter shall be overthrown by a gust of wind, and faces shall be covered with cloaks, the commonwealth shall be troubled with a new kind of men, then white and red shall judge amiss. 4. In the world shall be one monarch, who shall be not long alive, nor in peace, then shall be lost the fishing boat, and be governed with worse detriment. 5. They shall be driven away without great fighting. Those of the country shall be more grieved. Town and city shall have greater debate. Carcass, Narbonne shall have their heart tried. 6. The eye of Ravenna shall be forsaken, when the wing shall rise at his feet. The two Bestia shall have constituted Turin Versailles, which the French shall tread upon. 7. One coming too late, the execution shall be done. The wind being contrary, and letters intercepted by the way, the conspirators 14 of a sect, by the red-haired man the undertaking shall be made. 8. How often taken, O solar city, shalt thou be, changing the barbarian and vain laws? Thy evil groweth nigh, thou shalt be more tributary. The great Adria shall recover thy veins. 9. From the east shall come the African heart, to vex Adria and the heirs of Romulus, accompanied with the Libyan fleet. Miletus shall tremble, and the neighboring islands be empty. 10. Sergeants sent into an iron cage, where the 7 children of the king are. The old men and fathers shall come out of hell, and before they die shall see the death and cries of their fruit. 11. The motion of the sense, heart, feet, and hands shall agree. Naples, Leon, Sicily, swords, fires, waters, then to the noble Romans, dipped, killed, dead by a weak brain. 12. Within a little while a false frail brute shall go from low to high, being quickly raised, by reason that he shall have the government of Verona, shall be unfaithful and slippery. 13. The banished by choler and intestine hatred shall make against the king a great conspiracy. They shall put secret enemies in the mine, and the old his own against them sedition. 14. From slavish people songs, tunes, and requests, being kept prisoners by princes and lords, for the future by headless idiots shall be admitted by divine prayers. 15. Mars threatens us of a warlike force. 70 times he shall cause blood to be shed, the flourishing and ruin of the clergy, and by those who will hear nothing from them. 16. The 6 of the 5th pond journeyed to Sagittarius. In the highest aug of the exaltation, plague, famine, death by a military hand. The age groweth near to its renovation. 17. During 40 years the rainbow shall not appear. During 40 years it shall be seen every day. The parched earth shall wax drier and drier, and great floods shall be when it shall appear. 18. Through the discord and negligence of the French, a passage shall be opened to Mohammed. The land and sea of Siena shall be bloody. The Falcon haven shall be covered with sails and ships. 19. When serpents shall come to encompass the air, the Trojan blood shall be vexed by Spain. By them a great number shall perish. Chief runneth away, and is hid in the rushes of the Marispes. 20. Tours, Orleans, Blois, Angers, Rennes, and Nantes, cities vexed by a sudden change. By strange languages tents shall be set up. Rivers, darts, Rennes, land and sea shall quake. 21. A deep white clay feedeth a rock, which clay shall break out of the deep like milk. In vain people shall be troubled, not daring to touch it. being ignorant that in the bottom there is a milky clay. 22. That which shall live and shall have no fence. The lion shall destroy the art of it. Autumn, chalons, langres, and both sends. The war and the ice shall do great harm. 23. In the 3rd month of the rising of the sun, the boar and leopard in Marth camp to fight. The leopard weary lifts his eyes to the heaven, and seeth an eagle playing about the sun. 24. In the new city, for to condemn a prisoner, the bird of prey shall offer himself to heaven. After the victory, the prisoners shall be forgiven, after Cremona and Manteau have suffered many troubles. 25. Lost, found again, hidden so great a while. A pastor as demigod shall be honored, and before the moon endeth her great age, by other winds he shall be dishonored. 26. The great man falleth by the lightning in the daytime, an evil foretold by a common porter. According to this foretelling, another falleth in the night, a fight at Rheims, and the plague at London and Tuscany. 27. Under the oak Goyen strucken from heaven. Not far from it is the treasure hidden, which hath been many ages a gathering. Being found, he shall die, the eye put out by a spring. 28. The tower of Boke shall in fear of a barbarian fleet for a while, and long after afraid of Spanish shipping, flocks, peoples, goods, both shall receive great damage. Taurus and Libra, oh what a deadly feud. 29. When the fish that is both terrestrial and aquatic by a strong wave shall be cast upon the sand with his strange, fearful, sweet, horrid form, soon after the enemies will come near to the walls by sea. 30. The outlandish ship by a sea storm shall come near the unknown haven, notwithstanding the signs given to it with bows, it shall die, be plundered. A good advice come too late. 31. So many years the war shall last in France, beyond the course of the Castellan Marquis. The uncertain victory 3 great ones shall crown, the eagle, the cock, the moon, the lion, having the sun in its mark. 32. The great empire shall soon be translated into a little place, which shall soon grow afterwards an inferior place of a small country, in the middle of which he shall come to lay down his sceptre. 33. The great bridge near a spacious plain, the great lion by Caesarian forces shall cause to be pulled down without the rigorous city, for fear of which the gates shall be shut to him. 34. The birds of prey flying to the window before battle shall appear to the French. One shall take a good omen of it, the other a bad one. The weaker part shall hold it for a good sign. 35. The young lion shall overcome the old one in martial field by a single duel. In a golden cage he shall put out his eye, 2 wounds from one. Then he shall die a cruel death. 36. The monarch shall too late repent, for he hath not put to death his adversary, but he shall give his consent to a greater thing than that, which is to put to death all his adversary's kindred. 37. A little before the sun setteth, a battle shall be given. A great people shall be doubtful of being soiled. The seaport maketh no answer. A bridge and sepulchre shall be in 2 strange places. 38. The sun and the eagle shall appear to the victorious. A vain answer shall be made good to the vanquished. By no means arms shall not be stopped. Vengeance maketh peace. By death he then accomplisheth it. 39. By night in the bed the chief one shall be strangled, for having too much suborned fair elect. By 3 the empire's subrogate exancle. He shall put him to death, reading neither card nor packet. 40. The false troop, dissembling their folly, shall make in Byzance an alteration of laws. One shall come out of Egypt, who will have untied the edict, changing the coin and a lay. 41. A siege laid to a city, and assaulted. By night few escaped. A fight not far from the sea. A woman swoondeth for joy to see her son returned. A poison hidden in the fold of letters. 42. The 10th of the calends of April, Gothic account, raised up again by malicious persons, the fire put out. A diabolic assembly shall seek for the bones of Damont and Pelin. 43. Before the change of the empire cometh, there shall happen a strange accident. A field shall be changed, and a pillar of porphyry shall be transported upon the chalky rock. 44. Within a little while sacrifices shall come again. Opposers shall be put to martyrdom. There shall be no more monks, abbots, or novices. Honey shall be much dearer than wax. 45. Follower of sex, great troubles to the messenger. A beast upon the theatre prepareth the scenical play. The inventor of that wicked fact shall be famous. By sex the world shall be confounded and schismatic. 46. Near Auch, Lector, and Morandi, a great fire from heaven shall fall 3 nights together. A thing shall happen stupendous and wonderful. A little while after, the earth shall quake. 47. The sermons of the Lemon Lake shall be troublesome. Some days shall be reduced into weeks, then into months, then into year, then they shall fail. The magistrates shall condemn their vain laws. 48. 20 years of the reign of the moon being past, 7,000 years another shall hold his monarchy, when the sun shall reassume his days past. This is fulfilled, and endeth my prophecy. 49. A great while before these doings, those of the East, by the virtue of the moon, in the year 1700, shall carry away great droves, and shall subdue almost the whole northern corner. 50. From the aquatic triplicity shall be born one that shall make Thursday his holiday. His fame, praise, reign, and power shall grow by land and sea, and a tempest to the east. End of the first 50 quatrains of the true prophecies or prognostications of Michael Nostradamus, 1503 to 1566. Published in 1672. Translated by Theophilus de Garencières, Doctor in Physic, College, London.
A Forest Fire in Northern Wisconsin by John L. Bracklin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I had been running a steamboat on Lake Chetek and Birch Lake in Sawyer County, Wisconsin, during the summer of 1898, and had finished my work September 25th. I arrived in Rice Lake with the expectation of having a couple of weeks' rest before again taking up my duties as foreman of one of the Knapp, Stout and Company's logging camps for the winter. I had been in town 1 day, about long enough to get cleaned up, when I went down to the company's office to draw some money. While I was in the general office, someone said, "Your father wants to see you in his office." I walked into his office and sat down. He had a map showing camp locations and other data spread out on the desk before him, which he studied for a few moments and then turned to me, saying, "John, how soon can you get ready to go to the woods?" This, as you know, could have but one answer, and that was, "Now." "All right," he said. "I am somewhat alarmed about this long-continued dry spell, and fires might spring up at any moment, and none of the camps or dams in your locality have any fire protection, such as backfiring and water barrels at hand. Therefore, I wish you would pick up a few men and whatever you might need and get up to your camp, make your headquarters there, and look after the camps in that vicinity, namely Mulvaney's, Aronson's, Knutsson's, Max Downs, Thompson's, and the old Ahern camp on Sucker Creek." I swallowed the disappointment of a contemplated trip to Minneapolis to see the only girl I ever thought very much of, whom I had not seen for about 8 months, and stepping over to the shipping clerk's desk, I wrote up a list of food supplies and a requisition for a team to move the same, expecting to start the following morning. I went out onto the street to pick up some men, and came across Lee Miller and Frank Worth, inseparable pals, who had worked for me the previous winter. I asked them how soon they would be ready to go to the woods, and they said, "Right now." "All right," said I. "Pack your sacks and be here at 6 in the morning, and we will load the team and go." While we were talking, another man came along, Julius Peterson by name, a hunchback, who, notwithstanding his deformity, was considered one of the best sawyers that ever felled a tree. He also was willing to start immediately, so I went over to the hotel and wrote the only girl, who by the way has been my wife for the past 17 years, that I would have to defer that visit for another 7 or 8 months. I got my clothes packed again, and at 6:30 the following morning we were on our way to my camp at the head of Birch Lake, a distance of about 30 miles. We arrived at Cedar Lake Dam for dinner, and at camp about 8 o'clock the night of September 27th, 1898. We opened the door of the cook shanty very cautiously, so as not to disturb a family of skunks, who yearly took up their abode under the floors of the camps during the summer months. They did not approve of being disturbed, and from past experiences we decided not to make any unnecessary noise, such as moving tables and heavy boxes along the floors, until such time as they might be more accustomed to our presence. We built a fire in the stove and made some coffee, and after what we called a store feed, consisting of cheese, crackers, and sardines, we spread our blankets upon the floor to sleep as only men of that day could. We arose about 5:30 on the morning of the 28th, had another store breakfast, unloaded the wagon, and started the team back to town. Then the great question confronted us as to who was to do the cooking. The regular cook for the winter, Herman Gottschalk, could not be had for at least 2 weeks, as he was cooking for the rafting cruise at Reed's Landing. Frank Worth finally agreed to a compromise. He was to do the cooking until such time as the first man should kick, and then said man was to cook until someone else should kick, to which we all agreed. Leaving Worth at the camp to cook up a regular dinner, Miller, Peterson, and I left for Mulvaney's camp to see what condition it would be in if we had the unexpected fire. We arrived there about 10 o'clock and opened up the blacksmith shop, got out empty barrels, cooking utensils, and everything that would hold water, and started Miller out to round up a couple of yokes of cattle. He returned in an hour or so with about 10 head. We selected 2 yokes out of the bunch, and hooking them up to a breaking plow, plowed about a dozen furrows around the camp, after which we turned them loose. They immediately started off in a westerly direction, which you may call animal instinct if you will, for we afterward found that to be the only possible direction they could have taken and evaded the fire, which unbeknownst to us was soon to follow. We sat down and smoked our pipes, and joked about the unnecessary precaution of filling the barrels, as at that time it was one of the prettiest autumn days I had ever seen. Not a cloud in the sky, not a breeze stirring, no sign of smoke anywhere, and no possible chance, apparently, of there ever being a fire. Nevertheless, we were carrying out instructions, and we set to work to fill up the barrels, which took about an hour. We had just filled the barrels on the roof of the long barns when Miller, who was on top of one of the barns, called my attention to a cloud of smoke that had suddenly sprung up on the horizon about 5 or 6 miles to the south and west of us. I climbed up on the roof of the barn, where I could get a better view. The wind suddenly arose, and within 10 minutes it had attained the velocity of a cyclone. What followed happened so quickly it has never as yet been quite clear to me. I can remember the black clouds settling down, and in less time than it takes to write this, the fire was upon us. Not on the ground, as you might imagine, but in the air. The heat became terrific, and the first sign of a blaze sprang up in the top of a broken stump about 20 feet in height and 100 feet from the sleeping shanty. I jumped off the roof of the barn, grabbed up a water bucket, Peterson doing the same, and ran for the sleeping shanty, a distance of about 150 feet. Before we could reach it, it was afire. We threw several buckets of water upon it, but the water might have been kerosene for all the good it did. Seeing it was useless to try to save the sleeping shanty or the cook shanty, which were only a few feet apart, we ran back to the barns, thinking to save them. This may sound dubious, but it all happened within 20 minutes of the time we first saw smoke 4 or 5 miles away. As quickly as we reached the barn, I motioned to Miller to dump the barrels of water which we had placed there. Those buildings, if you remember them, were each about 60 feet in length, standing parallel, with a hay shed between, which contained about 10 tons of baled hay left over from the previous winter. While Miller ran to the far end of the barn, upsetting 6 or 7 barrels as he ran, Peterson and I were throwing water on the hay shed. I don't suppose we had thrown more than 10 or 12 buckets when the roof on the barn took fire. As I said before, the fire seemed to be in the very air, for strange as it may seem, the dry grass and leaves around the building were not yet burned. In less than a minute the roof was afire from one end to the other. I motioned to Miller to jump off. He did so and ran towards me. When he got near enough so I could hear, he yelled, "What in hell will we do now, and which way will we go?" Then for the first time I realized the danger we were in. A glance around showed only one way open, and that was due north towards a wall of virgin green timber, a distance of about 500 yards. The ground between us and the edge of the timber had been logged the previous winter, leaving tree tops and brush piled up here and there in great heaps. You know how it would look after being logged. How we got to the edge of the timber I can hardly remember, but in the excitement I still had the empty water bucket in my hand. We reached the timber to find that the fire had beaten us. Perhaps a burning brand from one of the buildings had dropped just at the edge of the timber among the dry leaves, and had burned a strip of ground about 200 feet in width, leaving the ground perfectly bare. Luckily for us, the timber was green, with no underbrush to hold the fire, for when we reached there was nothing left on the ground but smouldering ashes of the leaves. We stopped to get our breath, and then it dawned upon us how useless it was to run. I said to Miller, "If we ever get out of this, it will be by staying right here." He gave me one look which I shall never forget, as much to say, "Man, you are crazy," and again started to run, Peterson following. I then turned and looked back whence we had come. There was a solid wall of fire, similar to a great wave, extending as far to each side as one could see and mounting 50 feet in height. It is hard to express just what my feelings were, but I remember that I ceased to be afraid, knowing that our time had come, there being not a possible chance to come out alive. The main body of the fire by that time had reached a point about where the camps had stood. I was almost tempted to start to run, when I turned to find Miller and Peterson again at my side. They had run only a short distance into the tail end of the advance fire, and had come back. I remember Miller lying on his face on the ground, with his head stuck into a hole that he had dug out with his hands. The ground at the roots of the trees was damp, and the only way we could breathe was by lying on the ground, for when we stood up the heat and smoke were so thick we could not breathe. It is interesting to hear people relate their experiences and close encounters with death. After hearing them, I can judge just how close they really have been to real death. For as I see it, it has 4 stages. First, the excitement, then fear, then resolution, then death itself. At about this time we had reached the point of resolve. Miller and Peterson were on their knees praying, while as for myself, notwithstanding I have lived a somewhat better life since, I concluded that as I had never asked God for anything prior to that, it was a very poor time to start in now that I was about to die. So I concluded to go just as I was, Believing, as I still do, that a deathbed confession would avail me nothing, you can best realize our position when I tell you that we were never over 4 feet apart for at least 4 hours, and during that period there was not one word exchanged among us. At the end of that time I was standing, leaning up against a tree. Other trees were falling all around us, and as I stood there, wishing one might fall on me and end it all, it started to rain. It must have poured, for before I realized what had happened, I was wet to the skin. That brought me back to my senses, and I realized that I was alive, and that I still wanted to live. I ran a short distance, and it came to me like a flash that I was going the wrong way to get out. I turned and ran back, and as I ran, stumbled over Peterson, who was still on his knees. The first word to break the dull silence of those hours was spoken then, when he said, "What in hell are you trying to do?" We made our way out to the old tote road, and after walking about a mile west, got out of the range of the fire. We made our way back to camp to find Worth all excited. His greeting was, "Gee, you ought to have been here this afternoon, for everything at the dam," meaning Birch Lake Dam, "has burned, camps and all, for I could see the haystacks as they would catch fire, and flames would shoot up in the air hundreds of feet." Then the thought flashed upon me. The dam, suppose it should burn out. With an 11-foot head of water on Birch Lake and Big Shatak, what would happen to the country below? Miller and Peterson being all in, I asked Worth if he would go with me and try to make the dam. The rain had lasted only about half an hour, and the fire, which had again got under way, but with no wind, was fortunately not burning as furiously as earlier in the day. The road to the dam took us back into the edge of the fire, but on making several detours, we reached the dam to find both wings afire. Pete Null and 4 or 5 men who had been stationed there at the Birch Lake camp were making a desperate fight to save the dam, but they were almost played out, having fought in vain all afternoon to save the camps. One glance and I saw what to do. Worth and I picked up a couple of peavies and climbed down to the apron, ripped up 4 or 5 planks and stuck them on end down under the bed plates, or stringers, leaving them standing, pointing upstream at an angle of 45 degrees. We then climbed back upon the dam and raised the gate 4 or 5 inches. When the current struck those planks, it threw a spray of water all over both wings of the dam, and inside of 10 minutes we had the fire completely out. We all sat down and rested for about half an hour. Then Worth and I took a boat and rode back to camp, a distance of about 2 miles. When we reached there, about midnight, the rain set in, and it rained until noon the following day. Miller and Peterson were still unable to move around much, as their faces and hands were badly blistered, and their eyes pained them terribly. As for myself, aside from being unable to speak above a whisper, I was in pretty good shape, and knowing it would be only a couple of days until Father, as soon as he could reach us, would be there to look the situation over. Plans for the coming winter of logging would have to be changed, to include all the timber that had been burned. For in that country, a tree, though slightly burned, would be worm-eaten inside of a year unless cut. I started out with Worth the next morning to find, if we could, just how far the fire had extended east and west, and to look up a site for a camp to replace the Mulvaney camp which had burned. We found that the fire had taken a course similar to that of a cyclone, about 3 miles in width and about 20 miles in length, extending from a point 4 miles south and west of Cedar Lake Dam, crossing the narrows between Cedar Lake and Hemlock, up the east shore of Cedar Lake to a point about opposite Stout's Island, and then north to the shores of Big Shatak, just west of the Anson camp, in Section 4, in all, an area of about 17 miles in length and 2 to 4 miles in width. Father and L.S. Tainter arrived the next day, and after looking over the site for the new camp, we came back to the scene of our experience of a few days before. We had about reached the point when Father turned to me saying, "John, did I understand you to say that you were here during the fire?" I answered, "Yes." He looked at me for a moment with, you will remember, that peculiar squint of his, and then he said, "John, you lie, for no men could have been here when this fire passed and lived to tell the tale." Nevertheless, we were there and are still living. The author of this narrative is a native of Rice Lake, Wisconsin. His father, James Bracklin, was for over 30 years superintendent of logging and log driving for the Knapp, Stout and Company Lumbering Corporation. Under his tutelage, the son received his training for his life calling of woodsman and lumberman. The present narrative was prepared in the form of a letter to Mr. Henry E. Knapp of Menominee, to whom we are indebted for the opportunity to put it into print. End of a Forest Fire in Northern Wisconsin by John L. Bracklin. Read by Phil Schempf.
The Great Alaskan Earthquakes of 1899 by Charles Davison. Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On September 11, 1899, it was known in all the seismological observatories of the world that a violent earthquake had occurred in some distant region on the previous evening. From the duration of the tremors which preceded the large undulations on the different records, it was ascertained that the origin of the earthquake must have been in or near Alaska, and this determination was soon verified by the arrival of meager dispatches from the central part of the disturbed area. There for a time the matter rested. The earthquake was evidently one of the first magnitude, or it would not have been recorded in such distant regions. The damage to property, however, was insignificant, simply because there was little property to destroy. Nor was there any loss of life, for the country is almost uninhabited. Indeed, nearly 6 years elapsed before it became known to scientific men that the earthquake presented phenomena of the most unusual interest. Fortunately, most of these phenomena left traces that were still distinct in 1905, though others presented features that were not recognized until a year or two later. In the summer of 1905, a party of geologists sent by the United States Geological Survey visited Yakutat Bay. The party was under the direction of the late Professor Ralph S. Tarr, with Mr. Lawrence Martin as physiographic assistant. Very early in their work they noticed dead mussels and barnacles adhering to the cliff, far above the reach of the present tides. Had the barnacles died many years ago, they would have lost their hold on the rock, and indeed many of them had fallen onto the ledges below. It was therefore evident that, quite recently, there must have been a considerable rise of the land, and the observers at once, and as it proved rightly, attributed the work of elevation to the crustal movements which had caused the earthquakes of 1899. In 1906, Professor Tarr again visited the district, intending to study the glaciers farther to the west, but was unable to cross them owing to their great advance and the unusually crevassed condition of their surfaces. Further observations on the effects of the earthquake on the glaciers were made by Messrs. Tarr and Martin in 1909, and again in the following year by Mr. Martin. The very valuable report on the earthquake and its effects by these two capable observers has recently been published by the Geological Survey of the United States. The Earthquakes of Yakutat Bay, Alaska, in September 1899, by R.S. Tarr and L. Martin, U.S. Geological Survey, Professional Paper 69. As the report, however, is lengthy and somewhat inaccessible to English readers, I propose in this article to give a summary of the principal facts observed, devoting special attention to those features which distinguish the earthquake from most others with which we are acquainted. These are 1. The remarkable changes of level manifested in Yakutat Bay, the maximum uplift amounting to more than 47 feet, and 2. The advance and crevassing of the glaciers which took place principally between the years 1905 and 1910, and which may not yet have come to an end. The earthquake disturbed the southern part of Alaska, and especially that district in which the average trend of the coast is nearly east and west. The region surrounding Yakutat Bay was that in which the severest shaking and the changes of level were manifested. The disturbed area on land contains 216,300 square miles, but this can only be about half the total disturbed area, which must therefore be estimated at about 432,000 square miles. But even this amount, great as it is, must be too small, for the earthquake was felt at two isolated places to the west, which are respectively 670 and 730 miles from Yakutat Bay. Thus, if the boundary of the disturbed area be regarded as a circle with a radius of 700 miles, the total area shaken by the earthquake must amount to about 1.5 million square miles. This figure alone gives us some conception of the violence of the earthquake. It has seldom been exceeded by any known disturbance. The Great Lisbon earthquake of 1755 disturbed an area of not more than about 2 million square miles. The Assam earthquake of 1897, one of about 1.75 million square miles. The Kangra, India earthquake of 1905, one of about 1.5 million square miles. The largest known disturbed area is that of the Charleston earthquake of 1886, which must have shaken more than 2.75 million square miles. This earthquake, however, was not one of exceptional strength. It merely owes its extensive area of perception to the presence of a sensitive and intelligent population. On the other hand, the great Japanese earthquake of 1891 disturbed only 330,000 square miles. The Californian earthquake of 1906, about 370,000 square miles, and the Messina earthquake of 1908, about 200,000 square miles. Thus, the Alaskan earthquake of 1899 must be ranked among the greatest of all recorded earthquakes. This great earthquake, however, was not the earliest of the series. So far as known, the first earthquake occurred on September 3rd at 3:30 p.m. local time, or September 4th at 12:22 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. It was strong enough to be recorded in the seismological observatories of Europe and other distant places. There is some uncertainty as to the seat of this earthquake, but as the coast is said to have been uplifted at Yakutat, 100 miles west of Yakutat, it is possible that the central region was in the neighborhood of that place. During the next week, about 50 slight shocks were noticed near Yakutat Bay. Then, on September 10th, came two great earthquakes, one about 8 a.m. local time, the other and greatest of all at 12:22 p.m. local time, or 9:40 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. On the same day, about 50 slighter shocks were observed. Both of the great shocks originated in and near Yakutat Bay, but it is probable that the uplift of the coast occurred with the latter of the two, as the earlier one was not accompanied by any sea wave. Severe shocks also occurred on September 15th, 17th, 23rd, 26th, and 29th, intercalated among a large number of minor shakings to which little attention was naturally paid by the inhabitants of the district. At the time of the earthquakes, 8 persons were camped along the shores of Yakutat Bay, near the foot of variegated glacier. They were all within a few miles of the region in which the chief uplift had occurred. The great shock is said to have lasted 2.5 to 3 minutes, and while it continued, the ground waved up and down like the swells of the sea, only with much more energy, and then opened in long fissures. A small lake behind broke from its bed and swept over the camp. Shortly afterwards, a seismic sea wave about 20 feet high swept in from the bay and completed the destruction of the camps. Many dead fishes, probably killed by the sudden shock which they would feel all over their bodies at once, were thrown up on the shore, and these supported the few observers until they were able to reach the village of Yakutat, about 30 miles distant. Changes of elevation. In most recent earthquakes which have accompanied changes of elevation, the district chiefly affected has been an inland one. The changes observed have therefore been relative only, for the trigonometrical resurveys which have been carried out have not sufficed to determine the actual movements of the ground in a vertical direction. But in Alaska, most of the measurements are referred to the sea level and are therefore absolute. Moreover, the coastline in this part of the country is so deeply indented by Yakutat Bay that the field of observation may be regarded as aerial rather than linear. In most parts of the bay, the shores have been uplifted, in some depressed, while in others no movement whatever could be detected. The form of Yakutat Bay will be seen from the map. On the west side, the bay is bordered by a low foreland of glacial gravels. On the east side, the northern half of the bay is straight and precipitous, and the land behind rises abruptly to heights of 3,000 or 4,000 feet. Towards the north, Yakutat Bay merges into a narrow arm, called Disenchantment Bay, which is a true fjord, bounded on both sides by steep mountains. At its north end, the inlet turns abruptly backwards and is afterwards known as Russell Fjord, the shores of which are at first straight and mountainous. The entire length of the inlet from the ocean to the head of Russell Fjord is about 70 miles. To the north of Yakutat Bay, the country is occupied by lofty mountain ranges, those of St. Elias and Fairweather, in the former of which the culminating peaks rise to heights of 18,000 and 19,500 feet. From these mountains extensive glaciers descend towards the sea, some of which, such as the Galiano, Atrevida, Hubbard, Nunatak, and Hidden glaciers, will be referred to afterwards. Evidences of elevation and subsidence. At first sight, the most striking evidence of the uplifts is the physiographic evidence. Before the uplift, there had been a prolonged interval of rest, during which the sea had in various places cut back cliffs, planed rock benches at their feet, and deposited some of the material carried away in extensive beaches. In many places, the rock benches are now elevated from 10 to 40 feet, and form long stretches from 2 to 40 feet in width. At the bases of the cliffs behind may be seen the sea caves and chasms that had been worn in them before the uplift occurred. The beaches were also raised and are still preserved where they have not since been cut into by streams and waves. Sand dunes on the west side of Disenchantment Bay have been raised beyond the reach of further supplies of sand, and in consequence grasses have soon taken root upon their surface. In 1909, or 10 years after the earthquake, the belt of dunes had lost all trace of its former condition except the hummocky surface and the sandy soil. While the cliffs were being worn back and the rock benches planed away, the streams flowing into Yakutat Bay and its branches were building up their deltas. Many of these deltas are now laid bare above the sea, and gullies are being formed in them by the streams, while the seaward slopes are being cut back by the waves into low cliffs. In Russell Fjord, a small island before the earthquake used to be connected by a sand spit with the mainland at low tide. The spit is now so much uplifted that the highest tides cannot cover it. To the north of Hankey Island there used to be 2 submerged reefs which before the earthquake were never visible. They are now uncovered at low tide. Again, in the cove to the southeast of Knight Island, 4 small islets have appeared, the 2 largest being 450 feet in length. The native canoemen assert that all 4 were submerged at high tide before the earthquakes, while 2 could only be seen at low tide. 2 of them are now exposed at all states of the tide, and the others between mid and low tides. In many other parts of the inlet, and especially on the east side of Disenchantment Bay, there are numerous channels between small reefs and stacks and the shore, along which, according to the natives, boats could formerly pass, but which now are no longer navigable. There is, of course, nothing in the physiographic evidence to indicate the exact date at which the uplifts described took place. That it occurred, however, not long ago is shown by the appearance of the elevated ground. In the uplifted deltas and raised beaches, that is, in ground formed of soft or loose material, streams and waves soon wore away the surface. By 1909, or within 10 years, many raised beaches were destroyed, and the sand dunes, as already mentioned, were covered with grasses. But in the rock benches and cliffs the effect has been but slight. Chasms are just beginning to form in the cliffs at the new sea level, but in 1905 the sea had not cut an appreciable cliff or rock bench anywhere, and the uplifted benches are only slightly modified by the streams that flow across them. For the purpose of measuring the extent of the uplift, the biological evidence is even of greater service than the phenomena described above. In approaching the coast in a boat, the white shells of dead barnacles are a striking feature. Many of the barnacles are still firmly attached to the rocks, the valves being often held together by the organic tissue. In places they are far more abundant than the living forms at the present sea level. Moreover, few of the latter are more than 3/8 of an inch in diameter, while many of the dead barnacles are 1.5 inches across. Dead mussels are even more abundant, and almost as widely distributed as the barnacles. They resembled, and were indeed at first mistaken for, clusters of blue flowers attached to ledges 18 feet or more above the present sea level. They were often found adhering to the rocks by the hair-like byssus, and the preservation of so delicate a structure until 1905 is another indication of the recency of the movement. Besides barnacles and mussels, limpets were occasionally found in 1905 attached to uplifted ledges of rock. In certain parts of the west side of Disenchantment Bay, there were also seen what looked from a distance like broad horizontal bands of whitewashed rock, but which proved to be the beached remains of a pink bryozoan that grows in tidal pools and below the low tide level. One curious result of the uplift is the mixture in one spot of land and sea organisms. The remains of barnacles, mussels, and bryozoans, which live only in the sea, now rest in spots which have been invaded by the willow and alder, the wild geranium, and other land plants. On nearly all the raised beaches and deltas and on some of the uplifted rock benches, these land plants are to be found. The scattered condition of the flowering annuals and perennials and the grasses indicates the recency of the uplift, which is clearly proved by the woody shrubs, such as the willow and the alder. These are without exception small, and of all that were cut down in 1905, none showed more than 5 annual rings, and most had only 3 or 4. Evidently, as Messrs. Tarr and Martin remark, these shorelines had been open for occupation by land plants for only 4 or 5 years. The earthquake was in the autumn 6 years before. The destruction of life during the earthquakes of 1899 must have been very great. Numberless fishes were killed by the mere force of the shock. The seismic sea waves, which swept over the land after the principal earthquake, uprooted trees and destroyed vegetation by saturating the roots with salt water. But above all, there was a wholesale destruction of various marine forms, barnacles, mussels, and so on, by their uplift from the sea. When this uplift amounted to as much as 10 feet or more, the intertidal animals were all killed, and their place has been supplied only scantily, if at all, by others, whose diminutive forms point to the shortness of their lives, and therefore to the recency of their migration. Thus the state of preservation of the beaches, cliffs, benches, and deltas in 1905, the fact that in that year countless barnacles and mussels were held together by undecayed organic tissue, the meager numbers and undeveloped forms of their successors in the intertidal waters, and the youth of the bushes which have invaded the new shorelines all point to the conclusion that the uplift was accomplished a few years before 1905. There is also other evidence leading to the same result. The late Professor I.C. Russell visited Disenchantment Bay and Russell Fjord in 1890 and 1891, and observed none of the shorelines which 14 years later were so clear. He landed with difficulty on Hankey Island, where the beach has been raised 19 feet. At the present time it is accessible in many places. In 1895, the Canadian surveyors of the Alaskan Boundary Commission took a number of photographs at Yakutat Bay. One shows Cape Enchantment as an island. In 1905, it was a peninsula joined to the mainland by a bar that is covered only by the highest tides. 3 months before the earthquake, Dr. G.K. Gilbert landed upon beaches which have since been raised 15 feet or more, and though one of the chief authorities on abandoned shorelines, saw no signs whatever of the uplift. On the other hand, the Alaskan natives definitely state that the uplifts occurred with the earthquakes of September 1899, and it is important to notice that the questions put to them did not suggest the answer. Thus, it would seem almost certain that the changes of level took place on September 10, 1899, and chiefly, if not entirely, with the second shock at noon, as this was the only earthquake followed by seismic sea waves. The evidences of submergence are far less numerous and less conspicuous than those of elevation, but there can be no doubt that in small areas the coastline was depressed. In most of these, trees were killed by sand being piled up round their bases, by waves washing away their foundations, or by the submergence of their roots in salt water. Figure 152 represents a portion of Kantak Island in which spruce trees still standing erect have been killed by submergence and by the partial burial of the trees in beach sand. It is important to notice that all the areas of submergence consist of unconsolidated deposits. In some cases, it is of course possible that the submergence might be due to a settling of the deposits during the shaking, but the distribution of these areas of submergence, as will be seen later, renders it probable that the submergence was due to a real downward movement of the crust. Again, there are large areas where little or no change of level occurred, or where the uplift, if it took place, was too small to be proved. In some cases, dead barnacles were seen on a stretch of coast on which there were also living barnacles at equal heights above the present sea level. It is possible that there may have been an uplift of a foot or less, so that some barnacles were killed, while others were kept alive by an occasional splash of salt water. On the map, such areas are considered as having undergone no movement, unless there was conclusive proof of either elevation or submergence. Amount of elevation and submergence. We may now turn to the measurements that were made of the changes of level and their distribution along the shores of Yakutat Bay and its branches. In the measurement of the uplift, the most serviceable evidence was that provided by the dead barnacles. The vertical distance between the highest living barnacle and the highest dead barnacle, still attached to the rock, was taken to measure the uplift. In reality, the uplift may in places have been slightly greater, for the highest living barnacles may have owed their preservation to occasional splashes of salt water, while the highest dead barnacles in 1899 may have lost their hold by 1905. The effect of the double error may be to lessen the actual uplift by from 6 to 12 inches. 4/5 of the estimates of uplift were made by means of barnacles. The remainder depended on the rise of mussels and other marine forms. On the raised beaches, measurements were made in a few cases of the vertical distance between two parallel lines of driftwood, but these, as a rule, were checked by barnacle measurements in the neighborhood. In the case of subsidence, the measurements are probably less exact. They were generally made on the vertical distance between the base of the lowest dead tree in place and that of the highest tree or shrub which had been or was being killed by the deposition of sand and gravel around it. From observations made along the coast in both directions for 100 miles or more from Yakutat Bay, it appears that, with two possible exceptions, the changes of level were confined to Yakutat Bay and its branches. The evidence, of course, is practically confined to the neighborhood of the coast. With regard to the snow-covered mountainous tract to the north, we have, and can have, no information whatever. The total length of the shores of Yakutat Bay and its branches is about 150 miles. In 1905, more than 100 good measurements of the amount of uplift or depression were made. These show that for about 50 miles there was either no change or a very small change of level. In Figure 151, these parts of the coasts are indicated by ciphers. Measurements of elevation are given in feet and inches, while the depressed portions of the coastline are indicated by shading. A glance at this map will show how variable are the changes of level both in direction and amount. 1. There are considerable stretches of coast along which changes of elevation are either negligible or do not exist. Such are the west shore of Yakutat Bay from a point opposite Port Latouche, southwards, part of the west side of Knight Island, and most of the coast from Knight Island to within 4 or 5 miles of Port Latouche. Along the southwest coast of the main branch of Russell Fjord, the uplift varies from 2 feet downwards. On the coast of Nunatak Fjord, the level on both sides seems unchanged. 2. The areas of depression are much smaller. Here and there along the coast from Yakutat to Knight Island, and in the neighboring islands, in a short length of the coast to the north of Knight Island, and at the southern end of the south branch of Russell Fjord, the land has been lowered by amounts ranging up to 7 or 8 feet. 3. The areas of elevation are much larger, and the amounts of elevation are in some cases extraordinary. The coast from 4 or 5 miles south of Port Latouche to the entrance to Russell Fjord has been uplifted by amounts ranging from 7.5 feet to nearly 18 feet, and on Hankey Island by more than 19 feet. The most remarkable uplift of all is that of the west coast of Disenchantment Bay between Turner and Black Glaciers. Here the rise ranges from 37 feet to the greatest ever recorded in any earthquake of 47 feet 4 inches. The northeast shore of the main branch of Russell Fjord has undergone a nearly uniform elevation of about 7 feet, while both shores of the southern branch, except the south coast, have been raised by amounts varying from 3 to 10. A remarkable feature in the changes of elevation is their rapid variation in amount over a short distance of the coast. For instance, at one point on the west coast of Disenchantment Bay, the amount of uplift is 42 feet. About a mile to the west, it is 30 feet, and about a quarter of a mile farther, it is 9 feet. On the east side of the same bay, the uplift is 17 feet 1 inch close to the north end of the peninsula. In the small island, Osier Island, just to the north of the peninsula, there is no evidence of any change of level. In the main portion of Russell Fjord, which is about 1.5 miles wide, the elevation is slightly more than 7 feet along the east coast and less than 2 feet along the opposite shore. At the southern end of the south branch of Russell Fjord, the change of elevation varies suddenly from an uplift of 7 feet 4 inches to a depression of 5 feet. Nature of the deformation. Such sudden variations in the changes of level must be due either to faulting or to folding or warping. Minor faults, as will be seen, occur in many parts of the region, but no great fault scarps have been detected such as would account for the abrupt variations. Nevertheless, it can hardly be doubted that Messrs. Tarr and Martin are correct in attributing the variations to faulting rather than to folding. They mention 4 facts which are opposed to the latter explanation. The lines of deformation extend in too many directions. The zones of gradation between areas of different degrees of deformation are very narrow, while the intervening areas of uplift are broad. Minor faulting occurs in parts of the region, and profound faulting is proved by the occurrence of the great earthquakes. The straight broken lines in Figure 151 represent the courses of the faults which are inferred from the variations in the changes of level. One of the most remarkable of these faults is that marked A. At its southeastern end, it crosses the head of Russell Fjord, just where the uplift changes to depression, and where also there is a change in geological structure. It also passes exactly through 3 other areas in which uplift gives place rapidly to depression or to no change of level. To the east of this line there is a straight mountain front with truncated mountain spurs reaching out nearly to the fault line. Another fault, B, or it may be a continuation of the same fault with a slight change of direction, runs along the east shore of Yakutat Bay, where the mountain front is straight and steep. If this line be continued across Yakutat Bay, it meets the opposite coast just to the west of the short line of coast in which the uplift changes rapidly from 30 to 9 feet. The great uplift of more than 47 feet of the west side of Disenchantment Bay, the smaller uplift of 17 to 19 feet on Hank Island and on the shore of the peninsula to the north of it, and the still smaller uplift of 7 to 9 feet along most of the east side of Disenchantment Bay are explained by 2 faults, C and D, one on either side of Hank Island. A 5th fault, E, must follow the course of the main portion of Russell Fjord, for the eastern shore consists of crystalline rocks which were elevated 7 feet or more, while the western shore consists of unmetamorphosed rocks which were uplifted by less than 2 feet. In addition to these 5 faults, the evidence for which is distinct, Messrs. Tarr and Martin attribute other displacements to 3 smaller faults, 2, F and H in the islands near Yakutat, and 1, G, on the west side of Yakutat Bay. End of Part 1 of The Great Alaskan Earthquakes of 1899 by Charles Davison. The Great Alaskan Earthquakes of 1899 by Charles Davison, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Besides these great lines of inferred faulting, there are in several places series of visible minor faults. The finest series occurs on a hill close to the lower end of Nunatak Glacier. The southern summit of this hill is broken by a series of small parallel faults, the scarps of which divide the hilltop and side into a series of parallel steps, with a trend of north 40 degrees west. There are scores of such faults. varying in length from a few feet to several hundred yards, and separated by distances of from 2 to 10 feet. The scarps are usually vertical, and vary in height from an inch or less to as much as 8 feet, the average being about a foot. There is, of course, no proof of the connection of these minor faults with the great faults inferred above, but there can be little doubt that they were formed during the earthquakes of 1899. In 1905, the edges of the scarps were sharp, and the talus slopes at their bases were either small or absent. In 1909 and 1910, the weathering of the scarps was more advanced, and some of the smaller scarps were already mantled by talus slopes. We may now summarize the nature of the displacements which gave rise to the series of earthquakes. The principal movements took place practically within 1 month. With regard to the origin of the earthquake of September 3rd, there is some doubt. The movements which caused the other earthquakes up to September 10th, about noon, were probably at some depth. They do not appear to have caused any surface dislocations. The greater part, if not all, of the superficial uplift occurred with, and indeed caused, the second great earthquake of September 10th, and took place along several main lines of fracture and secondary faults. These faults divide up the crust into at least 3, and perhaps more, distinct blocks, the known sides of which are roughly parallel. The first block is bounded on 3 sides by the faults A, B, C, and E in Figure 318, and extends an unknown distance towards the southeast. The second block is bounded towards the east and south by the faults C and G, and extends an unknown distance towards the west. The third includes the northeast shore of the main portion of Russell Fjord and extends an unknown distance toward the northeast. All of these blocks were uplifted with respect to the level of the sea. The uplift, however, was accompanied by other movements. On the west side of the fault or faults A, B, there was a noticeable depression. In many parts, and probably in more cases than were actually seen, were a number of minor faults, due apparently to local adjustments in the tilted blocks. There can be little doubt that some of the differences in the amount of uplift in adjoining areas should be attributed to these small differential adjustments. From such great and complex crustal movements as are so clearly proved in this region, it is easy, Messrs. Tarr and Martin remark, to understand the complex phenomena observed. That such movements should produce world-shaking earthquakes follows almost of necessity, and that the number of minor shocks should be numbered by the hundreds is likewise a necessary result of so complex a shattering of the earth's crust. While it is possible that some of the shaking had its source outside the Yakutat Bay region, the phenomena in that region seem by themselves amply sufficient to account for it all. Effects of the earthquakes on glaciers. The changes of level manifested during the Alaskan earthquakes are noteworthy for their unprecedented magnitude and for the complex movements along several or many faults. But except in these respects, they do not differ from the fault displacements of other earthquakes. One effect of the Alaskan earthquakes on glaciers seems, however, to be unique, and in showing how earthquakes may give rise to a general advance in the glaciers of a large and mountainous district, Messrs. Tarr and Martin have thrown light on a difficult problem of glacial geology. The shattering of glaciers and the discharge of icebergs were the first and most evident effects of the earthquakes. Not only in Disenchantment Bay, but even 150 miles to the east in Glacier Bay, this shattering occurred. The well-known Muir Glacier in that bay suffered more than most glaciers. It is doubtful whether its total retreat of 8.5 miles in the 13 years, 1894 to 1907, is to be attributed entirely to the earthquakes. But it is certain that the icebergs shed from its front so clogged the inlet as to render it inaccessible to steamships until 1907. Advance of the Yakutat Bay glaciers. In past times there have been 2 general advances of the glaciers of Yakutat Bay. During the earlier advance, the glaciers blocked up the whole inlet and built the foreland beyond the mountain face. The latter advance was less extensive. The glaciers pushed far down into Disenchantment Bay and filled Nunatak Fjord, nearly all the main portion of Russell Fjord, and more than half the southern arm of the latter. The evidence of this advance exists in the form of overridden gravels. The recency of the advance was shown by the immaturity of the vegetation which has taken root on the gravels. At the time of the earthquakes, and even till 1905, the recession of the glaciers after the last advance was, with one exception, still in progress. Galiano Glacier, 2 or 3 miles in length, had begun to advance before 1905. In that year, the surfaces of the glaciers visited were smooth, almost without crevasses, and could be traversed easily for miles. 10 months later, in 1906, the appearance of some of the smaller glaciers was totally changed. The smooth surface of Variegated Glacier, 10 miles in length, was transformed for at least 6 or 7 miles upwards into a wilderness of crevasses, so that it was no longer possible to walk over it. The front of the glacier, stagnant in 1905, was pushed forward several hundred yards, and its height was raised from 1 to 200 feet. Similar changes occurred in Atrevida and Marvine glaciers, respectively 8 and 10 miles long. Other glaciers, however, such as Hubbard, Turner, Nunatak, and Hidden glaciers, had undergone little, if any, material change. These glaciers are among the largest of the district, Hidden Glacier being 16 or 17 miles, and Nunatak Glacier 20 miles in length. In 1909, the glaciers were again visited. The glaciers that were advancing in 1906 had then become stagnant. Their surfaces had so far healed that to cross them was possible, though less easy than in 1905. The turn of the larger glaciers had, however, come. Hidden Glacier had pushed forward 2 miles in the interval. Its advance had been rapid, but had begun to subside, for its surface was still roughened by the partially healed system of crevasses. Hubbard Glacier was also advancing, though in the following year it became stagnant like the others. Lucia Glacier, 17 or 18 miles long, was advancing in 1909, and its surface was so broken that it could not be crossed, though it could be traversed in 1906 and again in 1911. Between the summers of 1909 and 1910, Nunatak Glacier had advanced between 700 and 1,000 feet. In 1910, the longest glaciers of Yakutat Bay had shown no signs of any change. Thus, the shortest glaciers were the first to advance, and afterwards, in turn, those of greater length. The phenomena were similar in several respects in all the glaciers. Glaciers, which once moved slowly, advanced with a spasmodic rush. They pushed forward several hundred yards in 10 months or less. At the same time, they increased in thickness, in the stagnant portions as well as in those that were previously active. Many square miles of their surfaces that were smooth before and practically uncrevassed were transformed rapidly into a wilderness of ice pinnacles and crevasses. Then, after a brief experience of these conditions, the advance of the glaciers came quickly to an end. A few months were sufficient to restore their stagnant state and to heal the fissured surfaces. Cause of the advance. As in all great earthquakes, innumerable landslips descended from the mountains in the neighborhood of Yakutat Bay. In many parts, and especially in those adjoining the principal faults, thousands, if not millions, of tons of rock were thrown down, and great avalanches of snow must have fallen, not once only, but many times, in September 1899. In the St. Elias, Fairweather, and other ranges, which lie a few miles to the north of Yakutat Bay, the amount of snow and rainfall is greater than in any other district of temperate or Arctic North America. The snow line is about 2,000 feet high, and above this line practically all the precipitation is in the form of snow, which covers every slope to which it can cling. Much of this snow is shed into the valleys in the form of avalanches. But under the severe shakings which the mountains received during the earthquakes, the amount thrown down upon the glacier reservoirs must have far exceeded the normal amount. If the ordinary oscillations of valley glaciers may be attributed, and with good reason, to variations in snow supply to the glacial reservoirs, the effects of the sudden accessions from innumerable avalanches may be anticipated. They would certainly cause a rapid but temporary advance of every glacier, and the advance would be noticeable first in the smaller glaciers and afterwards in those of greater length. The advance would take place in every glacier abruptly. The thrust from the overloaded reservoirs would be transmitted through the lower layers of the glacier, causing the plastic basal ice to flow more rapidly, and thus breaking the more rigid ice at the surface into a mass of pinnacles and crevasses. End of The Great Alaskan Earthquakes of 1899, Part 2, by Charles Davison.
A Guide to the Giant's Causeway by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Guide to the Giant's Causeway, being a supplement to the second volume of the Dublin Penny Journal, 1834. Having in a recent number of our journal, when describing the beauties of the county of Wicklow, the Dargle, the Waterfall, the Devil's Glen, the Meeting of the Waters, etc., promised in some future journal to conduct the reader along the Antrim coast, lest any purchaser of the present volume might suppose we had failed in redeeming our pledge, we determined on giving in a supplementary number, with the title and index to the volume, a brief though faithful guide to the Giant's Causeway, illustrated by accurate sketches by Nichol of several of the most striking views to be met with in the route from Belfast to that stupendous and extraordinary work of nature. That nothing can exceed in grandeur and boldness the scenery which occasionally bursts on the view of the traveler along the entire of this line has been generally admitted by all who have traveled it. The road is hilly in the extreme, but it presents one continued scene of fine, bold, picturesque maritime landscape, the rocks in some places rising into precipitous cliffs, jutting headlands, noble promontories, and again, sloping down into beautiful bays and quiet harbors. The prospect to the right being one continued sea view, with the Scottish coast, the Isle of Arran, and other lesser islands in the distance. That to the left pleasingly diversified, with hill and valley, here a spot well cultivated and occupied with comfortable cottages, and this again succeeded by a barren mountain with scarcely a cabin, even of the most miserable description, to show that it is inhabited by beings of the human kind. The entire line divided into nearly equal distances, which lie close along the coast, and which may be thus laid down. About 10 miles from Belfast is the ancient town of Carrickfergus. Beyond this, about 11 miles, the town of Larne. 12 3/4 further on, Glenarm. 12 3/4 more, Cushendall. 15 1/4, Ballycastle. And thence to the Causeway, 12 3/4 miles. In all, 75 miles English measure from Belfast. Of the inhabitants along the coast it may be sufficient to say that, although in general very superstitious, they are a well-conducted, harmless people, rather well-informed, intelligent, and obliging to strangers. Glenarm Castle. As the entire line of coast from the town of Belfast to the plain of the Causeway does not present a more picturesque object than the castle of Glenarm with its surrounding scenery, we have chosen it as the frontispiece for our volume. In approaching the little town or village, which gives its title to the castle, the road will be found very hilly and difficult of access. But the summit once gained, the inland scene immediately changes to one of a most interesting kind. The beautiful little village of Glenarm, containing nearly 200 neat, whitened cottages, appears romantically situated by the shore, in a deep ravine or sequestered glen, being closed in on either side by lofty hills, and washed by the silver waters of a mountain stream, on the opposite bank of which, in a commanding situation, stands the ancient castle, which for many years was the residence of the Antrim family. In another direction, a finely wooded glen is observed, leading to the little deer park, a place of singular construction, and well deserving the attention of the curious traveler. It is bounded at one side by the sea, whose waters have hollowed it into caves and archways, and at the other by a natural wall of solid basalt, rising 200 feet high, which is as perpendicular and regular as the fortifications of a city, and presents a more impassable barrier than could possibly be raised by the hands of man. From this point there is an exceedingly fine prospect of the coast and surrounding country. The castle is a stately ancient pile, still bearing in its appearance something of the character of a baronial castle of the 15th century. The approach to it is by a lofty barbican, standing on the northern extremity of the bridge. Passing through this, a long terrace, overhanging the river, and confined on the opposite side by a lofty embattled curtain wall, leads through an avenue of ancient lime trees, to the principal front of the building, the appearance of which, from this approach, is very impressive. Lofty towers, terminated with cupolas and vanes, occupy the angles of the building. The parapets are crowned with gables decorated with carved pinnacles and exhibiting various heraldic ornaments. The domain is well wooded and rather extensive. In the cemetery connected with the church are the ruins of an ancient monastery of Franciscan friars, but they are not of such a description as to afford matter for investigation to any traveler. From Glenarm to Cushendall. From Glenarm to Cushendall, a distance of 13 miles, is a most interesting drive. Quitting the former village, there is a fine view of the shore and coast as far as Garin Point, distant about 5 miles. Passing Stradecale, a small fishing village but a short way from Glenarm, the widely extended valley of Glenside presents itself, and not far from this the village of Kernlach. Although the land along the entire line from Glenarm to Cushendall is poor, and, with a few exceptions, badly cultivated, yet the poorer classes do not appear to be suffering under that extreme wretchedness which is visible in some more fertile districts of the country. From Kernlach to Drumnasol, and thence to Garin Point, nothing can exceed the romantic beauty and variety of the scenery. On the one side of an elevated hill, in the midst of a beautiful and extensive plantation, the mansion house of Alexander Turnley, Esquire, attracts the notice of the traveler. A short distance from this, a neat and rather fanciful schoolhouse, erected by that gentleman, makes its appearance, and a little way further on, the ruins of a small ancient chapel, while on the opposite side of the road is seen the lodge of Nappen, romantically situated amid a grove of trees, and again, but a short distance from this, and in the immediate vicinity of Garin Point, on an acute, prominent headland, elevated nearly 300 feet above the seashore, on which it stands, is the rock of Dunmall, on the summit of which are the remains of an ancient fort, having various entrenchments. This may be easily gained from the land side, and from it there is a grand and extensive prospect. Footnote. Oral history states that in olden time all the rents of Ireland were paid at this place, and that the last Danish invaders embarked from here. End of footnote. From this point also the traveler will perceive that the scenery so peculiar to the Causeway coast begins more fully to develop itself. The various strata of which the entire line of coast is composed may now readily be traced, even by the most inexperienced in such matters. As our limits will not permit us to give a regular or minute description of many things well worthy of observation, in traveling from this to the Causeway, we would merely observe in a general way that along the entire coast, of the sublime and stupendous, the wonderful and the grand, the tourist will find no deficiency. And while there can be no question that the plain of the Causeway itself presents one of the most curious and extraordinary objects that can possibly be conceived, the varied view which meets the eye, while passing along the coast, would by many be considered as possessing much more to interest and attract admiration than even in the structure of the pillared pavement itself. The traveler must now, however, push forward along the coast, passing through the hamlet of Waterfoot, the villages of Cushendall, Cushendun, and the small town of Ballycastle. From Cushendall to Ballycastle, Turnley's Road, Clophistucken. After passing Garin Point, tourist had formerly to proceed by a road called the Foreign Path, which from the extreme rapidity of the descent was nearly impassable by carriages. This has some time since been remedied by Francis Turnley, Esquire, to whose patriotism and liberality the traveler is indebted for an excellent road, cut at great expense and with much labor, out of the side of the mountain, along the edge of the coast, here and there immense masses of limestone being left in detached and threatening attitudes, which present an appearance quite in keeping with the general character of the entire scene. A little to the right, on the shore, an extraordinary figure is seen, called Clophistucken, also formed of a huge limestone rock, and at one period supposed to be the most northern point of Ireland. Fairhead and Carrick-a-Reed. To the stupendous promontory of Benmore, or Fairhead, as it is more generally called, which lies between 3 and 4 miles from Ballycastle, and which is the most majestic headland to be seen along the entire line, the traveler must next direct his attention, and as many persons, in their anxiety to reach the Causeway, are induced to pay but little attention to this part of the coast, it may be well here to mention that the basaltic area of the Causeway shore may be considered as extending from Ballycastle to Solomon's Porch at McGilligan, that portion of it denominated par excellence the Causeway, lying between Portrush and the western point of Bangor Head, and while it must be admitted that there is much of beauty and sublimity in the various ports and promontories in that division of the coast, as well as in the pillared pavement of the causeway itself, still we incline to think that although not frequently visited, nor much known among strangers, the precipitous facade from Ballycastle to Ballintoy will be considered by many to be fully as beautiful, as stupendous, and as well deserving of attention as any other portion of this remarkable place. Here we have to observe that three of the most magnificent and extraordinary objects in this range of scenery, Fairhead, Carrick a Reed, and Ben Gur, can only be seen to advantage from the water. The tourist may, indeed, get sidelong glimpses of them from various points of land along the edge of the cliffs, but to see them in all their beauty and sublimity, in all their grandeur and variety, they must be viewed from the water and at a little distance. For this purpose boats may be readily procured at Ballycastle. From this point also the island of Rathlin, about 8 miles distant, and directly opposite, may be visited. The promontory of Fairhead rises perpendicularly to the height of 631 feet above the level of the sea. On approaching its summit, the tourist will perceive two small lakes, Loch Dew and Loch na Cranach, and near to the highest point a curious cave, said to have been a Pict's house. The view from this headland is of a mostly enchanting description. To the west, the whole line of finely variegated limestone and basaltic coast, as far as Ben Gur Head, the beautiful promontory of Kenban, or Whitehead, majestically presenting its snow-white front to the foaming ocean, the swinging bridge and bay of Carrick a Reed, beyond this Sheep Island, and, directly in front, the island of Raigiri, and to the east the Scottish coast, etc., as already described. The promontory of Fairhead is formed of a number of basaltic colossal pillars, many of them of a much larger size than any to be seen at the causeway, in some instances exceeding 200 feet in length and 5 in breadth, one of them forming a quadrangular prism, 33 feet by 36 on the sides, and of the gigantic altitude we have just mentioned. It is said to be the largest basaltic pillar yet discovered upon the face of our globe, exceeding in diameter the pedestal that supports the statue of Peter the Great at Petersburg, and considerably surpassing in length the shaft of Pompey's Pillar at Alexandria. At the foot of this magnificent colonnade is seen an immense mass of rock similarly formed, like a wide waste of natural ruins, which are by some supposed to have been, in the course of successive ages, tumbled down from their original foundation by storms or some more violent operation of nature. These massive bodies have sometimes withstood the shock of their fall, and often lie in groups and clumps of pillars, resembling many of the varieties of artificial ruins, and forming a very novel and striking landscape, the deep waters of the sea rolling at their base with a full and heavy swell. The Gray Man's Path. The guide will now conduct the traveler to a deep and awful chasm called the Gray Man's Path, which divides this extraordinary headland into two parts, and presents a passage by which he may descend to the foot of the promontory, and take a nearer view of the astonishing and magnificent spectacle we have just described. The chasm at the entrance to the pathway is narrow, and presents a kind of natural doorway, in consequence of a massive pillar having fallen across it, and which is supported in a frightful manner, at a considerable elevation, by the rocks on either side. As the tourist descends, he will perceive that the chasm widens gradually, and the scene becomes much more interesting. A beautiful arrangement of pillars in various degrees of elevation is now apparent, the solid walls of rude and threatening columns increasing in height, regularity, and magnificence, until at the foot of the precipice they attain to a perpendicular elevation of 220 feet, the mighty mass upon which the promontory itself is based, and which is peculiarly characterized by savage wildness, being rendered the more imposing from the violence with which the ocean rages around it. Formation of basalt, etc., etc. With respect to the formation of the basalts along the Causeway coast, as well as of basalts in general, various and opposing opinions have been entertained by some of the most scientific men, one party maintaining they were formed by the action of water, and another as strenuously contending that they owe their origin to fire, and are simply the formations of boiling lava, which at a remote period had issued from the crater of some volcano now extinct. It would appear, however, from various experiments made, and from the most authentic evidence, that they are indebted alike to fire and water for their formation. As in every instance where a columnar trap has been molded into forms of beauty or regularity, such as the basalts of the Causeway have assumed, it has been either situated contiguous to the ocean or completely insulated by it. In the immediate neighborhood of this coast, there is an interesting and beautiful variety of fossils. Some fine crystals have been found in knocklead, and the shore presents specimens of chalcedony, zeolites, belemnites, and dendrites, on which representations of several marine plants are portrayed with wonderful precision of figure, and some fine pebbles, tinged with various hues, which will take a high polish. Masses of mica are found in the interior, as are also detached portions of gneiss and granite. Stalactites are found in the rocks near Kenbane, and tufa is discovered along the borders of several rills that trickle through beds of limestone. Should the tourist determine on viewing the coast from the water, as far as Ballantoy or Bangor, the carriages or other traveling vehicles may be sent on to Bushmills, as there is nothing particularly worthy of observation along the line of road from Ballycastle to that place. Procuring a boat at the latter place, it will be necessary, as the tide runs with great rapidity from Fairhead, outside Sheep Island, to Bangor, to take advantage of the flood tide, and to keep close along the coast, in the direction of Kenbane or Whitehead, a beautiful promontory 3.5 miles from Ballycastle, very lofty, composed of limestone as white as snow, and forming a narrow peninsula, which runs a considerable way into the sea at right angles. Passing this point, the precipice rises to a great height, and a scene of much beauty meets the eye. The curious promontory and swinging bridge of Carrick Reed, terminating a facade 1 mile in length, the greater part of which rises 360 feet above the level of the sea, the entire beautifully diversified in its formation, the pure white limestone being mixed in regular strata with reddish ochre and brownish basalt, and in its termination finely shaded by the dark and heavy rocks by which the immediate vicinity of Carrick Reed is so strikingly distinguished. Several natural caves are observed hollowed out of the rocks along this line of coast. At the foot of a precipice 280 feet high, which, overhanging its base, forms a magnificent concave, a cavern presents itself that may readily be entered by boat if the water be smooth. It is 36 feet in height, and about 17 feet wide at the entrance, the sides, which are not perpendicular but inclining inwards, being composed of neatly formed pillars, their heads being, as it were artificially, fastened into the rocks above them. And it will be seen that the roof and bottom of the cave are of a construction somewhat similar to the plane of the Causeway, the same variety of formation, nicety of fitting, and distinctness of articulation being displayed, and the entire awakening a mingled sensation of pleasure and amazement in the beholder. Swinging Bridge of Carrick Reed. Having explored this curious cavern, the dimensions of which are continued for a considerable way in, the object which next attracts attention is the swinging bridge and island of Carrick Reed. The headland, which projects a considerable way into the sea, and on the extremity of which there is a small cottage built for a fishing station, is divided by a tremendous rent or chasm supposed to have been caused by some extraordinary convulsion of nature. The chasm is 60 feet wide, the rock on either side rising about 80 feet above the level of the water. Across this mighty rent, a bridge of ropes has been thrown for the convenience of the fishermen who reside on the island during the summer months. The construction of this bridge is very simple. 2 strong ropes or cables are stretched from one chasm to another in a parallel line and made fast to rings fixed permanently in the rock. Across these, planks, 12 inches wide, are laid and secured. A slight rope, elevated convenient to the hand, runs parallel with the footway, and thus a bridge is formed, over which men, women, and boys, many of them carrying heavy burdens, are seen walking or running, apparently with as little concern as they would evince in advancing the same distance on terra firma. It is awful in the extreme to witness from a boat on the water, persons passing and repassing at this giddy height, and a feeling of anxiety, closely allied to pain, is invariably experienced by those who contemplate the apparently imminent danger to which poor people are exposed while thus lightly treading the dangerous and narrow footway which conducts them across the gulf that yawns beneath their feet. Passing under the bridge, right through the chasm, in which the water will be found much smoother and the tide less rapid than at the outer side of the island, the tourist may proceed along the coast through the strait which separates Sheep Island from the mainland as far as Dunseverick, or, if the weather will permit, proceeding to Ben Gorehead, of which there is a sublime view from the water, and from which point there is a splendid panoramic prospect of the entire line of coast on the western side of this great headland, including Dunluce Castle and the several promontories and capes of which the Causeway is composed. The island of Rathlin or Ragiary. The island of Rathlin or Ragiary lies about 7 miles and a half from the shore, is rather more than 6 miles in length and 1 in breadth, measuring 2,000 plantation acres and containing about 1,100 inhabitants, who are almost all occupied in agricultural pursuits and the making of kelp from the seaweed found on the rocks of which the island is composed. The people are simple, laborious, and honest, and possess a degree of affection for the island that may very much surprise a stranger. In conversation, they always talk of Ireland as a foreign kingdom, and really have scarcely any intercourse with it, except in the way of their little trade. Small as this spot is, one can nevertheless trace 2 different characters among its inhabitants. The Kenraimer, or western end, is craggy and mountainous, the land in the valleys is rich and well cultivated, but the coast destitute of harbors. A single native is here known to fix his rope to a stake driven into the summit of a precipice, and from thence, alone and unassisted, to swing down the face of the rock in quest of the nests of seafowl. From hence, activity, bodily strength, and self-dependence are eminent among the Kenraimer men. Want of intercourse with strangers has preserved many peculiarities, and their native Irish still continues to be the universal language. The Uishet end, on the contrary, is barren in its soil, but more open, and well supplied with little harbors. Hence, its inhabitants are become fishermen, and are accustomed to make short voyages and to barter. Intercourse with strangers has rubbed off many of their peculiarities, and the English tongue is well understood and generally spoken by them. Near Uishet is a lake of fresh water, upwards of 1 mile in circumference, 144 feet above the level of the sea. There's also another lake on the opposite end of the island called Clygan, 238 feet above the level of the sea. The highest hill is called Kentruin. It is 444 feet high. Near Uishet is Dune Point, remarkable for its resemblance to the Causeway. Its pillars have commonly 5, 6, or 7 sides. Cave of Portcoon. Although to those who may have kept close to the shore by Dunseverick Castle, there would be rather a saving of time in at once proceeding to view the magnificent scenery from the summit of the cliffs, and afterwards descending to the Causeway from the rockheads by the Stookens, we would rather advise that the course usually pursued should be taken, that the cave of Portcoon be visited, the great mull of the Causeway next examined, and then ascending the mountain steep by a path which winds around Port Noffer, the numerous capes and promontories which form the background of the Causeway may be leisurely examined from the edge of the cliffs. Following the guide with cautious steps round a projecting point of rock, the cave of Portcoon will now be entered by the land side. It is a cavern of very considerable dimensions, hollowed out of the solid rock, and assuming in its shape something of the form of a pointed arch. Into this the sea rushes, even in the calmest weather, with a bold and boisterous swell. But when the sea is agitated by a storm, the tremendous roaring of the waters as they break into the entrance is terrific in the extreme. The sides and roof are formed, or at least coated, with a number of stones of various shapes and sizes, partly rounded off, as if by the action of the waves, and embedded in a kind of basaltic paste or cement. The echo produced by the beating of the billows as they enter into the cavern is very great, while the reverberations succeeding the report of a pistol, generally fired off by the guide, are of a very extraordinary description, much resembling the rolling of several peals of thunder near at hand. When the day is fine, the scene presented here is peculiarly grand and interesting. The irregular basaltic side walls with the dark shading of the deeper recesses of the cavern, upon which the foam-crested wave spends its last dying murmurings, forming a fine contrast to the freshness and brilliancy observable outside. The Causeway. Having regained the rockheads, at a little distance to the right, the guide will point out the path which conducts to the Causeway, and which was cut at very considerable expense by the Earl of Bristol, Bishop of Derry. From the little hills, popularly denominated the Stookens, the first view of the causeway is obtained, and a more sublime, imposing, and beautiful scene could not by any possibility be imagined by the most enthusiastic mind than that which bursts on the sight, an immense and magnificent bay, indented by a number of capes and headlands which rise from a height of 350 to 400 feet above the level of the sea, presenting at all points a variety of the most magnificent and interesting views, as if nature and art had united their energies to form one truly grand and splendid picture. Here a beautiful colonnade of the most perfectly formed massive pillars, finely relieved by the dark basaltic cliff into which they appear inserted, or as standing out in bold and prominent relief, this again succeeded by numerous distinct groups and ranges in the columnar form, assuming a variety of shapes and sizes. In another direction, the dark sides of the mighty cliff rising up like the walls of some vast edifice, here and there broken down, while at their base appears the ponderous wreck of numerous rocks and columns, flung from their original position and lying in wild disorder, the entire scene forcing upon the beholder the idea that he is contemplating the remains of some mighty fabric, hurled into desolation by a tremendous earthquake, or some other equally terrible convulsion of nature. But it is not the immensity or the grandeur of the scene which will alone fix the attention here. The eye now turns to an object equally interesting, and even more curious than any which has yet been surveyed. From the base of this stupendous facade, a mole or quay, some 100 feet wide, of exquisitely shaped pillars, is observed to project, gradually diminishing from a height of 200 feet, until at a distance of 600 feet it is lost in the sea. This platform or mole may be described as forming one immense inclined plane, divided into 3 compartments by 2 of those great wind dykes to which we have before alluded, as sloping gradually down from the base of the headland, and running into the sea between Port Naganj and Port Naffer, to an extent which has never yet been ascertained. The divisions are distinguished by the names of the Grand Causeway, the Middle Causeway, and the Little Causeway, the first mentioned extending 600 feet at low water, while the last does not exceed 400 feet, the entire composed of a number of pillars of different shapes and varying from 15 to 26 inches in diameter, sunk in the earth or the surrounding rock, and standing nearly perpendicular, those nearest the cliff having a slight inclination to the west, while those closer to the sea take a contrary direction, their perfectly denuded heads presenting a beautiful polygonal pavement, somewhat resembling a honeycomb or wasp's nest, over which the traveler treads with security, for although each is in itself a perfect pillar, they are all so completely fitted together and so nicely joined that the water which falls upon them will not penetrate between them. They are irregular prisms and display the greatest variety of figure, being septagonal, pentagonal, and hexagonal, a few having 8 sides, and some others 4. 3 have been discovered with 9 sides, while only 1 has yet been found with but 3. Scarcely any one of them will be found to be equilateral, to have sides and angles of the same dimensions, or to correspond exactly in form or size with one another, while at the same time the sum of all the angles of any one of them will be found to be equal to 4 right angles, the sides of one corresponding exactly to those of the others which lie next to it, although otherwise differing completely in size and form. In the entire causeway, it is computed, there are from 30 to 40,000 pillars, the tallest measuring about 33 feet. On the eastern side a pillar will be pointed out with 38 joints, and it is said that 2 others have been broken off. The guide will now direct the attention of the traveler to matters of minor curiosity. The Giant's Well, a tiny spring of pure, fresh water forcing its way up between the joints of 2 of the columns. His chair, bagpipes, and various other little etceteras belonging to the renowned hero of the causeway. Turning from these to still more magnificent objects, the eye will naturally rest upon the Giant's Theatre and the Giant's Organ, the latter a beautiful colonnade of pillars 120 feet long, so called from the resemblance it bears to the pipes of an organ. Opposite to these is the Giant's Loom, while a little further to the east several isolated columns are seen standing apart from the rest, which are popularly called the chimney tops, from the likeness they bear at a distance to the chimneys of a castle. The extraordinary stratified construction of the cliffs all around will, no doubt, also fix the attention of every curious observer. The tourist having examined every object of interest which can be viewed from the foot of the great cliff or promontory, the guide will next point to a steep and narrow path that leads up the nearly perpendicular acclivity which forms the background of Port Noffer. Anecdotes of persons falling from the cliffs. The guides relate several interesting stories of individuals who fell from the heights in this neighborhood. From the Aired Snout, a man named J. Kane tumbled down while engaged in searching for fossil coal during a severe winter, and, strange to say, was taken up alive, although seriously injured by the fall. Another man, named Adam Morning, when descending a giddy path that leads to the foot of Port Naspania, with his wife's breakfast, who was at that time employed in making kelp, missed his footing, and tumbling headlong was dashed to atoms ere he reached the bottom. The poor woman witnessed the misfortune from a distance, but supposing, from the kind of coat he wore, that it had been one of the sheep that had been grazing on the headland, she went to examine it, when she found instead the mangled corpse of her husband. Another story is told of a poor girl who, being betrothed to one she loved, in order to furnish herself and her intended husband with some of the little comforts of life, procured employment on the shore, in the manufacture alluded to, with some other persons in the neighborhood. Port Naspania, as will be observed, is completely surrounded by a tremendous precipice, from 300 to 400 feet high, and is only accessible by a narrow pathway, by far the most difficult and dangerous of any of those nearly perpendicular ascents to be met with along the entire coast. Up this frightful footway was this poor girl, in common with all who were engaged in the same manufacture, obliged to climb, heavily laden with a burden of the kelp, and, having gained the steepest point of the peak, was just about to place her foot on the summit, when, in consequence of the load on her shoulders shifting a little to one side, she lost her balance, fell backwards, and ere she reached the bottom was a lifeless and mangled corpse. To behold women and children toiling up this dreadful ascent, bearing heavy loads either on their heads or fastened from their necks and shoulders, is really painful, even to the least sensitive, unaccustomed to the sight, and yet the natives themselves appear to think nothing whatever of it. An anecdote is also related of a man who was in the habit of seating himself on the edge of a cliff which overhung its base at Portmore to enjoy the beauty of the widely extended scene. One fine summer morning, however, having gained the height and taken his accustomed seat, while indulging in the thoughts and feelings which we may suppose the scene and situation likely to inspire, a change came o'er the spirit of his dream. The rock upon which he was perched gave way, and in the twinkling of an eye bore him on its rapid wing to the foot of a precipice, where it sunk several feet into the earth, safely depositing its ambitious bestrider on the shore at a distance of fully 400 feet from the towering eminence off which he had made his involuntary aerial descent. Pleeskin. Towards the headland of Bangor, the tourist may now proceed, following the windings of the cliffs, and examining in succession the various capes and bays into which the great promontory is broken. While the appearance of this entire line from Port Noffer to Bangor Head must be admitted to be grand in the extreme, the promontory of Pleeskin will be found more particularly deserving of minute attention. It is a continuation of the headland of Bangor, and is beyond doubt the prettiest thing in nature, in the way of a promontory. It appears as though it had been painted for effect, in various shades of green, vermilion rock, red ochre, gray lichens, etc. Its general form so beautiful, its storied pillars, tier over tier, so architecturally graceful, its curious and varied stratifications supporting the columnar ranges, here the dark brown amorphous basalt, there the red ochre, and below that again the slender but distinct lines of wood coal, all the edges of its different stratifications tastefully varied by the hand of vegetable nature, with grasses and ferns and rock plants. In the various strata of which it is composed, sublimity and beauty having been blended together in the most extraordinary manner. Bangor Head. Bangor, or the Goat's Promontory, which rises 330 feet above the waters, is the extreme headland, but there is nothing in the scenery by which it is surrounded particularly worthy of observation, with the exception of a curious stratum of fossil coal, which is found lying between two ranges of basaltic pillars, and the exceedingly fine view which meets the eye from its summit in the direction of Fairhead, Rathlin, etc. Dunluce Castle. Having viewed everything worthy of notice in the immediate direction of the Causeway, the traveler may proceed towards Dunluce Castle on his route to Coleraine. The castle, which our readers will find described in a former number of our journal, is one of the finest ruins to be met with in Ireland, and possesses very considerable interest as having been connected with several important events in the history of the country. From our limited space, the directions and descriptions we have given of this interesting line of coast have necessarily been very concise. We would, therefore, refer the traveler who may wish for further information to The Northern Tourist, published by Messrs. Curry and Company, and from which, although the copyright is now altogether their own, they have kindly permitted us to make such extracts as suited our purpose. The Guide to the Causeway, which they have just published, we would particularly recommend to the notice of persons traveling in the north of Ireland, as affording a correct picture of that extraordinary work of nature. Having now conducted the reader along the most interesting portions of the Antrim coast, pointing out in our way whatever we considered might interest or amuse, we take our leave in the hope of again meeting him in the course of the ensuing year in some other interesting portions of our country heretofore undescribed. End of A Guide to the Giant's Causeway by Anonymous. Recorded by Colleen McMahon.
The Krakatoa Sunsets, Observations by Gerard Manley Hopkins. From the journal Nature, January 3, 1884. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The body of evidence now brought in from all parts of the world must, I think, by this time have convinced Mr. Piazzi Smith that the late sunrises and sunsets do need some explanation more particular than he was willing to give them. With your leave, I should like to point out from my own observations and those of others that, given a clear sky and the other conditions put by Mr. Smith, the sunrises and sunsets of other days, however bright and beautiful, have not given any such effects as were witnessed, to take an instance, here on Sunday night, December 16th. I shall speak chiefly of the sunsets. First, these sunsets differ from others, first in their time and their place or quarter. Sunset proper is, I suppose, the few minutes between the first dipping and the last disappearance of the sun's disk below the true horizon. The pageant or phenomena we call sunset, however, includes a great deal that goes on before and after this. The remarkable and specific features of the late sunsets have not been before or at sunset proper. They have been afterglows and have lasted long, very long after. To take instances from your number of the 13th last month, Mr. F.A.R. Russell notices that on November 28th, the sun having set at 3:55, one afterglow lasted until 5:10, and was then succeeded by another, reaching high above the horizon. The day before, he mentions the afterglow as lasting to 5:20. On the 29th, a foreglow is reported, as seen in London from 5:30 to 7:30. That is more than 2 hours before sunrise, which was at 7:43. On December 1st, sunset being at 3:53, Mr. Russell observed an afterglow till 5:35. On December 4th, the first dawn at 6:50, the sun rising at 7:50, the next day dawn at the same time, sunrise 7:51. That evening, sunset being at 3:50, he observed not a glow only, but spokes of rays from the glowing bank at 4:45, that is to say, sunbeams visible in the shape of sunbeams 55 minutes after sunset. Mr. Johnson Lavis speaks of the afterglow at Naples as at a maximum an hour after sunset. Here at Stonyhurst, on December 16th, the sun having set at 3:49, the glow was observed till 5:50. Now, winter dawns and afterglows do not last from an hour to 2 hours, and still less so day after day as these have done. The recent sunrises and sunsets then differ from others in duration. They differ also in the quarter of the heavens where they are seen. The afterglows are not low lingering slips of light skirting the horizon, but high up in the sky, sometimes in the zenith. I have further remarked that the deepest of the afterglow is in the south, whereas the sun below the horizon is then northing. I see that other observers take notice of the same. Second, they differ in their periodic action or behavior. The flushes of crimson and other colors after ordinary sunsets are irregular, not the same nor at the same time for 2 days together, for they depend upon the accidental shapes and sizes and densities of the cloud banks or vapor banks the sun is entering or freeing himself from, which vary and can never be alike from day to day. But these glows or flushes are noticed to be periodic before sunrise and after sunset. Mr. Russell furnishes exact estimates of the intervals of time, which he finds to be the same day after day. Third, they differ in the nature of the glow, which is both intense and lusterless, and that both in the sky and on the earth. The glow is intense. This is what strikes everyone. It has prolonged the daylight and optically changed the season. It bathes the whole sky. It is mistaken for the reflection of a great fire. At the sundown itself, and southwards from that on December 4th, I took a note of it as more like inflamed flesh than the lucid reds of ordinary sunsets. On the same evening the fields facing west glowed as if overlaid with yellow wax. But it is also lusterless. A bright sunset lines the clouds so that their brims look like gold, brass, bronze, or steel. It fetches out those dazzling flecks and spangles which people call fish scales. It gives to a mackerel or dappled cloud rack the appearance of quilted crimson silk, or a plowed field glazed with crimson ice. These effects may have been seen in the late sunsets, but they are not the specific afterglow, that is, without gloss or luster. The two things together, that is, intensity of light and want of luster, give to objects on the earth the peculiar illumination which may be seen in studios and other well-like rooms, and which itself affects the practice of painters, and may be seen in their works, notably Rembrandt's, disguising or feebly showing the outlines and distinctions of things, but fetching out white surfaces and colored stuffs with a rich and inward and seemingly self-luminous glow. Fourth, they differ in the regularity of their coloring. 4 colors in particular have been noticeable in these afterglows, and in a fixed order of time and place. Orange lowest and nearest the sundown. Above this, and broader, green. Above this, broader still, a variable red, ending in being crimson. Above this, a faint lilac. The lilac disappears. The green deepens, spreads, and encroaches on the orange, and the red deepens, spreads, and encroaches on the green. till at last one red varying downwards from crimson to scarlet or orange fills the west and south. The 4 colors I have named are mentioned in Lieutenant G. N. Bittleson's letter from Umballa. Quote, "The sun goes down as usual, and it gets nearly dark, and then a bright red and yellow and green and purple blaze comes in the sky and makes it lighter again." End quote. I suppose the yellow here spoken of to be an orange yellow, and the purple to be what I have above called lilac. Ordinary sunsets have not this order, this, so to say, fixed and limited palette. The green in particular is low down when it appears. There is often a trace of olive between the sundown and the higher blue sky, but it never develops, that I remember, into a fresh green. Fifth, they differ in the colors themselves, which are impure and not of the spectrum. The first orange and the last crimson flush are perhaps pure or nearly so, but the 2 most remarkable glows, the green and the red, are not. The green is between an apple green or pea green, which are pure greens, and an olive, which is a tertiary color. It is vivid and beautiful, but not pure. The red is very impure, and not evenly laid on. On the 4th it appeared brown, like a strong light behind tortoiseshell or Derbyshire alabaster. It has been well compared to the color of incandescent iron. Sometimes it appears like a mixture of chalk with sand and muddy earths. The pigments for it would be ochre and Indian red. Now the yellows, oranges, crimsons, purples, and greens of bright sunsets are beautifully pure. Tertiary colors may, of course, also be found in certain cases and places. Sixth, they differ in the texture of the colored surfaces, which are neither distinct cloud of recognized make, nor yet translucent mediums. Mr. Russell's observation should here be read. I have further noticed streamers, fine ribbing or mackerelline, and other more curious textures, the color varying with the texture. In ordinary sunsets, the yellows and greens and the lower reds look like glass or colored liquids, as pure as the blue. Other colors, or those in other parts, are distinct flashes or illuminations of cloud or landscape. I subjoin an account of the sunset of the 16th, which was here very remarkable, from my own observations and those of one of the observatory staff. A bright glow had been round the sun all day, and became more remarkable toward sunset. It then had a silvery or steely look, with soft radiating streamers and little color. Its shape was mainly elliptical, the slightly longer axis being vertical, the size about 20 degrees from the sun each way. There was a pale gold color, brightening and fading by turns for 10 minutes as the sun went down. After the sunset, the horizon was, by 4:10, lined a long way by a glowing tawny light, not very pure in color, and distinctly textured in hummocks, bodies like a shoal of dolphins, or in what are called gadroons, or as the Japanese conventionally represent waves. The glowing vapor above this was as yet colorless. Then this took a beautiful olive or celadon green, not so vivid as the previous days, and delicately fluted. The green belt was broader than the orange, and pressed down on and contracted it. Above the green in turn appeared a red glow, broader and burlier in make. It was softly brindled, and in the ribs or bars the color was rosier. In the channels where the blue of the sky shone through, It was a mallow color. Above this was a vague lilac. The red was first noticed 45 degrees above the horizon, and spokes or beams could be seen in it, compared by one beholder to a man's open hand. By 4:45 the red had driven out the green, and, fusing with the remains of the orange, reached the horizon. By that time the east, which had a rose tinge, became of a duller red, compared to sand. According to my observation, the ground of the sky in the east was green, or else tawny, and the crimson only in the clouds. A great sheet of heavy dark cloud, with a reefed or puckered make, drew off the west in the course of the pageant. The edge of this and the smaller pellets of cloud that filed across the bright field of the sundown caught a livid green. At 5 the red in the west was fainter. At 5:20 it became notably rosier and livelier, but it was never of a pure rose. A faint dusky blush was left as late as 5:30 or later. While these changes were going on in the sky, the landscape of Ribblesdale glowed with a frowning brown. The two following observations seem to have to do with the same phenomena and their causes. For some weeks past, on fine bright days, when the sun has been behind a big cloud and has sent up, perspectively speaking, the dark crown or paling of beams of shadow in such cases commonly to be seen, I have remarked upon the ground of the sky, sometimes an amber, sometimes a soft rose color, instead of the usual darkening of the blue. Also, on moonlit nights, and particularly on December 14th, a sort of brown or muddy cast, never before witnessed, has been seen by more than one observer in the sky. Gerard Hopkins, Stonyhurst College, December 21st, 1883. End of the Krakatoa Sunsets, Observations by Gerard Manley Hopkins, from the journal Nature, January 3rd, 1884. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Loss of His Majesty's frigate Anson, which was wrecked near Helston, December 29th, 1807. Author unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The following account of the unfortunate loss of His Majesty's frigate Anson and of the much-lamented death of Captain Lydiard is communicated by the captain's steward, who was continually about his person, and on whose veracity our readers may depend. On the 27th of December, 1807, cruising off the Black Rocks, and perceiving the approach of a gale, kept a look-out for the Commodore in the Dragon. The next morning, Monday, the gale increasing from the south-west, and not perceiving the Dragon in any direction, at 9 o'clock shaped our course for the Lizard, with a view of getting into Falmouth. At 12 o'clock, all hands upon deck, the sea running very high. 2 bowsprits on the starboard side washed away by the violence of the sea. Also a port abreast the mainmast, by which means she shipped a great deal of water. The captain sent for the master at the time, to determine the situation of the ship, and at 12:30 o'clock, or thereabout, land was seen about 2 miles distant, but from the extreme thickness of the weather we could not ascertain what part. Captain Lydiard ordered the ship to be wore to the south-east, not thinking it safe to stand in any nearer under such circumstances of weather. Soon after 10 o'clock the master wished them to run in again and make the land, which was supposed to be the Lizard, and that if we could make it out we should get into Falmouth. Captain Lydiard asked if he thought it could be done without risk. He, the master, said he thought it could. The ship was then wore, but the weather still continuing thick, we had a cast of the lead, and having 27 fathom, we were convinced we must be to the westward of the Lizard, and immediately wore ship again, and made all sail. Soon after 3 o'clock, as the captain was going to dinner, he looked out of the quarter-gallery, from whence he saw the breakers close to us, and the land a long distance ahead. The ship wore instantly, and Captain Lydiard's mind made up to come to an anchor, for had we kept under way, the ship must have struck upon the rocks in a few hours. The top-gallant masts were got upon deck, and she rode very well until 4 o'clock on Tuesday morning, when the cable parted. The other anchor immediately let go, and the lower yards and topmasts struck. At daylight the other cable parted, and we were then so close to the land that we had no alternative but to go on shore, when Captain Lydiard desired the master to run the ship into the best situation for saving the lives of the people, and fortunately a fine beach presented, upon which the ship was run. Shortly after she struck, the mainmast went, but hurt no one. Captains Lydiard and Sullivan, with the first lieutenant, were resolved to remain with the ship as long as possible. Many people were killed on board. The first lieutenant and a number of others washed overboard. It was the captain's great wish to save the lives of the ship's company, and he was employed in directing them the whole of the time. He had placed himself by the wheel, holding by the spokes, where he was exposed to the violence of the sea, which broke tremendously over him, and from continuing in this situation too long, waiting to see the people out of the ship, he became so weak that upon attempting to leave the ship himself, and being impeded by a boy who was in the way, and whom he endeavoured to assist, he was washed away and drowned. Such is the steward's account of this melancholy accident. Another correspondent furnishes us with the following particulars. His Majesty's frigate Anson, of 40 guns, after completing her stores of all kinds for a 4-month cruise, sailed from Falmouth on the 24th of December 1807, to resume her station off Brest. As it blew very hard from the south-west-south, we were never able to get so far to the westward. However, Captain Lydiard persevered in his endeavours until the 28th. On the morning of that day we made the Isle of Bas on the French coast, which they had seen the previous evening. There being now every appearance of bad weather, Captain Lydiard determined to return to port, and accordingly shaped a course for the Lizard, the gale still increasing, and it coming on very heavy. About 3 o'clock p.m. the land was seen about 5 miles west of the Lizard, but at the time not exactly known, as many opinions were expressed as to what land was then in sight. The ship was wore to stand off at sea, but had not long been on that tack before the land was again descried right ahead. It was now quite certain that the ship was embayed, and every exertion was made to work her off the shore, but finding she lost ground every tack, she was brought to an anchor in 25 fathoms at 5 p.m., with the best bower anchor veered away to 2 cables' length. By their anchor the ship rode in a most tremendous sea, and as heavy a gale as was ever experienced, until 4 a.m. of the 29th, when the cable parted. The small bower anchor was then let go, and veered away to 2 cables' length, which held her until 8 a.m., when that also parted, and as the last resource, in order to preserve the lives of as many as possible, the foretopsail was cut, and the ship run on shore, on the sand which forms the bar between the low pool, about 3 miles from Helston, and the sea. The tide had ebbed about an hour when she struck. On taking the ground, she broached to with her broadside to the beach, and most happily heeled into the shore. Had she, on the contrary, heeled off, not a soul could have escaped alive. Now commenced a most heart-rending scene to some hundreds of spectators who had been in anxious suspense, and who exerted themselves to the utmost at the imminent risk of their lives, to save those of their drowning fellow-men. Many of those who were most forward in quitting the ship lost their lives, being swept away by the tremendous sea, which entirely went over the wreck. The mainmast formed a floating raft from the ship to the shore, and the greater part of those who escaped passed by this medium. Some of the officers who were fortunately saved have given us the following further particulars of this unfortunate event. The Anson sailed from Falmouth on Christmas Eve, on her station off the Black Rocks, as one of the lookout frigates of the Channel Fleet. In the violent storm of Monday, blowing out west to southwest, she stood across the entrance of the Channel towards Scilly, made the Land's End, which they mistook for the Lizard, and bore up, as they thought, for Falmouth. Still doubtful, however, in the evening of Monday, Captain Lydiard stood off again to the southward, when, a consultation being held, it was once more resolved to bear up for Falmouth. Running eastward and northward, still under the fatal persuasion that the Lizard was on the northwest of them, they did not discover their mistake till the man on the lookout ahead called out "Breakers!" The ship was instantaneously broached to, and the best bower let go, which happily brought her up, but the rapidity with which the cable had veered out made it impossible to serve it, and it soon parted in the hawse-hole. The sheet anchor was then let go, which also brought up the ship, but after riding end on for a short time, this cable parted from the same cause, about 8 in the morning, and the ship went plump on shore upon the ridge of sand which separates the low pool from the bay. Never did the sea run more tremendously high. It broke over the ship's masts, which soon went by the board, the mainmast forming a floating raft from the ship to the shore, and the greater part of those who escaped passed by this medium. One of the men saved reports that Captain Lydiard was near him on the mainmast, but he seemed to have lost the use of his faculties, with horror of the scene, and soon disappeared. We have not language to convey an adequate picture of the terrific view which presented itself, but justice demands that we notice the conduct of a worthy member of a sect but too much vilified. At a time when no one appeared on the ship's deck, and it was supposed that the work of death had ceased, a Methodist preacher, venturing his life through the surf, got on board over the wreck of the mainmast to see if any more remained. Some honest hearts followed him. They found several persons still below, who could not get up, among whom were 2 women and 2 children. The worthy preacher and his party saved the 2 women and some of the men, but the children were lost. About 2 p.m. the ship went to pieces, when a few more men, who, for some crime, had been confined in irons below, emerged from the wreck. One of these was saved. By 3 o'clock no appearance of the vessel remained. She was an old ship, a 64, we believe, cut down, which accounts for her beating to pieces so soon on a sandy bottom. The men who survived were conveyed to Helston, about 2 miles distant, where they were taken care of by the magistrates, and afterwards sent to Falmouth in charge of the regulating captain at that port. General report has stated the number drowned to be greater than it really is, but of the missing we understand many are deserters, who scampered off as soon as they reached the shore. Among the officers saved are the following: Captain Sullivan, passenger; Messrs. Hill and Brayley, midshipmen; Mr. Ross, assistant surgeon, and some others. We regret to say that about 50 of our countrymen are missing. Amongst these unfortunate men is Captain Charles Lydiard, also the first lieutenant, a very valuable officer, also the doctor, a very worthy man, and his son, besides some midshipmen and petty officers. The principal things saved from the wreck are a few casks containing spirits, butter, etc. Captain Lydiard was nearly half-way to the beach when a most dreadful sea overwhelmed him, so that he was seen no more. The body of Captain Lydiard was found and interred with military honours. Several officers, both naval and military, attended the funeral, together with the mayor, etc. of Helston. The body was afterwards conveyed to his family vault in Haslemere, Surrey. This worthy and distinguished officer was married to an amiable woman, by whom he had 5 children. He was highly esteemed as a gentleman, and as an officer he was of sterling merit. His conduct in attacking the Foudroyant, Admiral Williamets, under the Spanish batteries, near the Havannah, in the capture of the Spanish frigate Pomona, under the batteries of Muir Castle, and at the capture of Curacao, obtained him a name for skill and bravery that will live after him. We are happy to hear that the inhabitants of Helston and its neighbourhood have, in this instance, as well as the late one of the transport, which was also wrecked, rescued their character from those odious epithets of savage and barbarian, which have heretofore been thrown upon them, for by their unexampled and hazardous activity all the crew that remained on board and escaped a watery grave by not being precipitate in getting on shore, were landed by 11 o'clock, and too much praise cannot be given that Mr. Tobias Roberts, shopkeeper of Helston, does not deserve for the imminent and perilous danger he ran by remaining close to the Anson, while the sea in all its rage broke over her mast high, lifting the benumbed crew from impending ruin. On the 31st of December, Mr. Rogers, the coroner, took an inquest of the bodies of Mr. Robert Smith, the surgeon, and Mr. Richard Leach, one of the midshipmen, belonging to the Anson, in the churchyard at Helston. Dead bodies were continually washing on shore in great numbers along the coast, and most of them very much mangled and disfigured. During the interval of the Anson being on the beach, the situation of our brave seamen was perilous beyond description, the sea running mountains high, so that it was quite impossible for any boat to live on the water, and the only method which remained for the crew to land was by ropes from the masts to the beach, as fortunately she was thrown with her masts towards the land, and through the assistance of which, by the aid and blessing of a merciful and kind Providence, about 250 were saved from destruction. We cannot help here recording, as an illustration of the naval character, a most heroic and benevolent act of one of these seamen in the hour of danger. This brave fellow was supporting himself in the water on a plank, expecting every moment a watery grave. At this critical time he perceived one of his companions, who had been swimming for about an hour in the vain hope of reaching land, in such an exhausted state that he could no longer persevere in his exertions. Our hero magnanimously threw him the plank with which he had so long defended himself, desiring him to take that, the only assistance he could at present give him, while he would see how far he himself could swim. Having thus parted with his staff, he swam for about 20 minutes, and fortunately met with another piece of the wreck, by which he was enabled to prolong his worthy existence, till a boat came to his relief. We sincerely trust that the valour and commiseration of this noble tar may be properly rewarded, whose merit is certainly worthy of a more exalted station. Another anecdote of a more entertaining, though perhaps less interesting nature, but equally authentic, has happily reached us in time for insertion. One of the poor fellows, who narrowly escaped drowning, took refuge in the first cottage he could find. In this cottage there happened to live an old lady and her niece, who received the distressed mariner in the most kind and compassionate manner. As, however, they were provided with no male apparel, and it was necessary that their guest should have some comfortable clothing till his own was perfectly dry, the niece supplied him with a change of her own, and Jack, having plenty of flannel petticoats on, soon recovered his strength and spirits. Though plenty did not adorn their board, yet a sufficiency was provided, and the hospitality with which it was given rendered it more delicious. Suffice it to say that the sailor passed a very comfortable night there, and owing to a pressing invitation from the niece, who thought it would be dangerous for him to stir out too soon for fear of catching a cold that might be fatal, he also spent 2 or 3 comfortable days. It was not, however, the apprehensions of catching cold, a phrase unknown to mariners, that induced Jack to make a longer stay. The fact was, he became delighted with the conversation and manners of his younger hostess, and as every hour of his stay tended to augment that delight, he at last declared to the old woman his passion for the niece. The information was by no means disagreeable to the latter, and the end of the matter was that our hero found a wife in Helston. He does not therefore repent his being shipwrecked, but humorously remarks, "It is an ill wind that blows nobody good." The philanthropy of the inhabitants of Helston in endeavouring to save their fellow creatures from perishing by shipwreck reminds us of another similar instance of feeling and humanity, which was also united with courage, and which we think may, with great propriety, be introduced here, as a further stimulus to the people of sea-coasts to use, at all times on these occasions, their utmost exertions in favour of distressed mariners. A ship having been wrecked at the Cape of Good Hope, a guard was sent from Horse Island, consisting of 30 men and a lieutenant, to the place where the ship lay, in order to keep a strict look-out, and to prevent any of the cargo being stolen. A gibbet was erected, and at the same time an edict was issued, importing that whoever should come near that spot should be hanged immediately, without trial, or sentence of judgment passed on him. From this cause, the compassionate inhabitants, who had gone out on horseback to afford the wretched sufferers in the ship some assistance, were obliged to return back without being able to do them any service, but, on the contrary, were ocular witnesses of the brutality and want of feeling shown by some persons on this occasion, who did not bestow a thought of affording their fellow creatures, that sat on the wreck perishing with cold, hunger, and thirst, and were almost in the arms of death, the least assistance or relief. An old man in the name of Waltermad, by birth a European, had a son in the citadel, who was a corporal, and among the first who had been ordered out to Horse Island, where the guard was to be set for the preservation of the shipwrecked goods. This worthy veteran borrowed a horse, and rode out in the morning with a bottle of wine and a loaf of bread for his son's breakfast. This happened so early that the gibbet had not been erected, nor the edict posted up, to point out to the traveller the nearest road to eternity. This hoary sire had no sooner delivered his son's breakfast than he heard the lamentations of the distressed crew from the wreck, when he resolved to ride his horse, which was a good swimmer, to the wreck, with a view to save some of them. He repeated his dangerous trip 6 more times, bringing each time 2 men alive on shore, and thus saved in all 14 persons. The horse was by this time so much fatigued that he did not think it prudent to venture out again, but the cries and entreaties of the poor wretches on the wreck increasing, he ventured once more, which proved so unfortunate that he lost his own life, as on this occasion too many rushed upon him at once, some of them catching hold of the horse's tail, and others of the bridle, by which means the horse, both wearied out and now too heavy laden, turned head over heels, and all were drowned together. When the storm and waves had subsided, the ship was found to lie at so small a distance from the land that a person might have almost leaped from it on shore. The East India directors in Holland, on receiving this intelligence, ordered one of their ships to be called after the name of Waltermad, and the story of his humanity to be painted on her stern. They further enjoined the Regency at the Cape to provide for his descendants. Unfortunately, in the southern hemisphere they had not the same sentiments of gratitude. The young corporal, Waltermad, who had been an unavailing witness of his father's having sacrificed himself in the service of the company and of mankind, wished in vain to be gratified with his father's place, humble as it was, keeper of the beasts in the menagerie. Stung with the disappointment, he had left the ungrateful country, and was gone to Batavia, where he died, before the news of so great and unexpected a recommendation could reach him. End of Loss of His Majesty's Frigate Anson, which was wrecked near Helston, December 29th, 1807. Author unknown.
Modern Burglars' Strange Evolution by Anonymous, from The Journal of the American Institute of Criminal Law and Criminology, Volume 13, November 1922. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Methods of criminals, like those of other craftsmen, change with the times. If the criminal of 25 years ago returned today to his former occupation, he would be quick to realize that he was working under new and strange conditions. The old-time burglar would find much to stump and startle him. He would discover that houses were built on a different plan, and that there were traps of all kinds to anticipate his visits. Like the business or professional man, the modern burglar, if he expects to elude capture, must keep abreast of the times. He has had painful experiences with burglar alarms and other burglar-catching devices. These experiences have made him canny, and when he starts to work with his tools in his pocket, he makes a fervent prayer that the cops will not get him. Ordinarily, he has no desire to emulate those bold, bad burglars of the past, who delighted to break into a flat when its occupants were peacefully asleep, make off successfully with the family jewels and heirlooms, and then join their cronies in a friendly saloon where, over their glasses, they would discuss the big adventure. It used to be the accepted thing for these burglars of the older and bolder type to work exclusively at night. In those days, a burglar who would get on the job before the midnight hour was either a novice at the game or a fellow who was rapidly losing his sanity. No self-respecting cracksman would so far forget himself as to tackle a job before the prescribed ordained witching hour. If he were a regular burglar, it was equally important that he should hie himself home to bed long before the first pale flush of dawn should streak the horizon. Just when burglars began to change all this is not definitely known. Unfortunately, police historians have neglected to chronicle the time when these well-intentioned housebreakers threw form and etiquette and the clock to the four winds, and, upsetting a cherished tradition, went to work when and where they pleased. The change, nevertheless, radical and revolutionary, took place. It began with the published chronicles and adventures of certain dinner burglars, so called because they burglarized while their unsuspecting victims were gathered about the dinner table at the evening meal. The first accounts of this new and heretofore unknown type of burglar caused everywhere a profound sensation. Everybody was hoping and praying that the police would apprehend the bold fellow, and everybody, including the police, were speculating on what manner of criminal he could be. The regular members, however, of the housebreaking fraternity paid scant attention to the excitement the new type had provoked, but quietly pursued their old method of robbing places in the wee small hours. It was not strange that dinner burglars should spring up in all sections of the country. The old cracksmen refused to become interested. They merely sneered, shrugged their shoulders, and predicted that the craze would shortly die out. At first, dinner burglars had sprung up slowly by dozens. Later they appeared by the hundreds, and became eventually so common that they ceased to cause the faintest ripple when criminal affairs were being discussed. They were succeeded by a gentleman burglar, who caused as profound a sensation as the first dinner burglar. Victims who had caught a glimpse of him described him as tall, handsome, athletic, and exquisitely groomed. He appeared at times in different dress. He had been seen in evening clothes, silk hat and opera cloak, a cane in one hand and a pair of white gloves in the other. He was as bold as he was well dressed and handsome. Retiring and bashful ladies had encountered him in their boudoirs unexpectedly. At such times he would grab a handful of rings and trinkets from a dresser, and with panther-like agility disappear through window or door. He had been seen scaling the sides of a building like a monkey or jumping like a squirrel from one roof to another. He was always too quick for his pursuers. On more than one occasion, when the police believed they had him trapped, he managed to elude them. They finally caught him after a long pursuit. He turned out to be the black sheep of an old family. When they searched his abode, they found that his wardrobe had not been exaggerated. He had half a dozen trunks filled with the most approved creations of the tailor's art. Although his career was cut short, he had enjoyed considerable notoriety, and it was not strange that, like his predecessor, the dinner burglar, he should be followed by a veritable epidemic of gentlemen burglars. None of his successors, however, equaled him in good looks or elegance. There were plenty of them, but somehow none of them ever achieved his distinction. Many of them had no just claim to the title of gentleman, and it was a mystery how some of them ever came by it. "If this fellow is a gentleman burglar," cried a detective on locking up such a thief, who had aspired to the title, "then God save the name gentleman. Look at this fellow." He's wearing a dinner coat, a fancy flowered vest, and a pair of Scotch plaid trousers. He carries a cane and twirls his waxed mustache. When I searched him, he was as clean as a whistle. His clothes were made a good many years ago, and he picked up most of them in different flats he robbed. He says he's hungry, and I believe him. These were followed by other freak types, such as the Phantom Burglar, so called because he flitted here and there like a ghost, and eluded many police traps, and the Luncheon Burglar, who instead of appearing at the dinner hour, appeared at the hour for the midday meal, the Humorous Burglar, who liked to stuff the clothing of his victims in out-of-the-way places behind radiators, on fire escapes, and in vases, and the Soft-Hearted Burglar, who, after listening to a sad tale from his victim, returned to the fruits of his theft and departed weeping. They have all appeared and had their day. Although the old type burglar is not altogether extinct, he is very much on the rocks at present. His successor is, for the most part, a craven fellow who prefers to rob a flat or a house when it is vacant. He usually satisfies himself that no one is at home before he ventures to jimmy his way inside. He has no regular hours of work, but as a rule he prefers to do his thieving in the daytime rather than at night. At the first sign of danger he runs for cover. Although he is a coward at heart, he is dangerous like a rat when cornered, and will fight back. If he believes his life is at stake, or he is in danger of arrest, he sometimes will not hesitate to shoot to kill. End of Modern Burglar's Strange Evolution by Anonymous. Read by Colleen McMahon.
Of Things and Words by Erasmus, 1466 to 1536, from the Colloquies of Erasmus, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Of Things and Words. The argument. This colloquy concerning things and words exposes the preposterous judgments of some people, who are more ambitious of names than they are of the things themselves. To be esteemed than to deserve esteem. In aiming at things, it is better to be and to have. In avoiding things, it is better to be thought to have them and to be without them. It is the worst of frauds to cheat a friend. Beatus and Boniface. Beatus. God bless you, Boniface. Boniface. And God bless you heartily, Beatus. But I wish we were both of us unanswerable to our names, you rich and I handsome. Beatus. Why then do you account it so small a matter to have a great name? Boniface. Indeed, I make very small account of the name, unless there be the thing too. Beatus. But most men are of another mind. Boniface. Perhaps they may be mortals, but I don't take 'em to be men. Beatus. Nay, good man, they are men, unless you think there are nowadays camels and asses in the shape of men. Boniface. I should sooner be of that mind than believe that they can be men who would rather have the name than the thing itself. Beatus. In some sort of things I confess that many had rather have the thing than the name, but in many things it is quite the contrary. Boniface. I don't very well take you in. Beatus. We have an example of it in ourselves. You are called Boniface, and you have what you are called. But if you were to be deprived of either of them, had you rather have an ugly face and be called Cornelius? Boniface. Why, indeed, I had rather be called Thersites than have a face as ugly as the devil. Whether I have a handsome one now or not, I can't tell. Beatus. Then again, if I was rich, or must either part with my wealth or my name, I had rather be called Iris than be deprived of my estate. I grant what you say to be true, and I am of opinion it is the common temper of those that enjoy health and other corporal enjoyments. Boniface. It is probable. Beatus. But how many may we see that had rather have the name of being learned and pious than to be learned and pious. Boniface. I know a great many of this sort of people. Beatus. Well, then, is not the name more esteemed among us than the thing itself? Boniface. So it seems to be. Beatus. Now if we had a good logician who could probably define what a king, a bishop, a magistrate, and a philosopher was, it is very likely he would find some among them who are more for the name than the thing itself. Boniface. He is really a king who aims at the good of his people and not his own, governing them by law and justice. He is a bishop who watches carefully over the Lord's flock. And he is a magistrate who sincerely studies the good of the public. And a philosopher is one who, neglecting the goods of fortune, studies only to get the endowments of the mind. Beatus. By these you may see how many examples of this kind I could produce. Boniface. Why, truly a great many. Beatus. Will you deny all these to be men? Boniface. I am afraid we shall sooner lose the name of men ourselves. Beatus. But if man is a rational animal, how contrary is it to reason that in the conveniences, rather than the real goods of the body, and in external things which fortune gives and takes away at her pleasure, we have rather have the thing itself than the name, and in the real goods of the mind we put more value upon the name than the thing itself. Boniface. It is an absurd way of judging, if a man did but consider it seriously. Beatus. And the reason is quite the same in those things that are on the contrary side. Boniface. I expect what you're going to say. Beatus. We may pass the same judgment as to the names of those things which are to be avoided, as has been given as to those that are to be desired. Boniface. That's plain. Beatus. For to be a tyrant is more to be abhorred than to have the name. And if a bishop to be a bad man, the Scripture calls him a thief and a robber. These names are not to be detested by us so much as the things themselves. Boniface. In truth, I am of your mind. Beatus. Do you infer the same as to the rest? Boniface. I understand you very well. Beatus. Don't all fools hate to be called fools? Boniface. Yes, indeed, and more than other folks. Beatus. Would not he be a fool that should fish with a golden hook, and prefer glass before jewels, that should put more value upon his horses than his wife and children? Boniface. He would be a greater fool than Ben of the Minories. Beatus. Are not they such fools that list themselves for soldiers, and for the sake of a poor pay expose body and soul to danger? Who make it their study to scrape up riches, when their minds are destitute of all good science? Who make their clothes and houses fine, but let their minds lie neglected and slovenly? Who are very careful to preserve their bodies in health, but take no care of their minds, that are sick of mortal diseases? And in the last place, who for the sake of enjoying the fleeting pleasures of this life deserve eternal torments? Boniface. Reason itself obliges a man to confess that they are worse than fools. Beatus. But though every place is full of such fools as these, you can scarce find one that can bear to be called a fool, though they have no aversion to being fools. Boniface. It is really so. Beatus. Come on, you know everybody hates to be called a liar or a thief. Boniface. They are very hateful names, and not without reason. Beatus. For all that, Though to debauch another man's wife is a greater sin than theft, some glory in the name of adulterers, and if you were to call them thieves, they would draw their swords upon you. Boniface. This is a common thing with a great many. Beatus. And again, though many give themselves up to whoring and drinking, and do it publicly, yet if you call them whoremasters, they would be highly offended at it. Boniface. These glory in the thing, and hate the name that belongs to it. Beatus. There is scarce any name that sounds harsher in our ears than the name of a liar. Boniface. I know some that would run a man through that should affront him by giving them the lie. Beatus. But I wish they did as much abhor the practice. Have you never had it happen to you that he that promised to pay you what you lent him upon a certain day failed you? Boniface. Aye, very often, and though he had sworn to it too, and not only once, but over and over. Beatus. But it may be they were not able to pay. Boniface. Nay, they were able enough, but they thought it more to their advantage to let it alone. Beatus. And is not this lying? Boniface. Aye, downright. Beatus. And did you dare to say to this debtor, Why have you told me so many lies? Boniface. No, not except I had a mind to fight him too. Beatus. Well, and in like manner do not masons, smiths, goldsmiths, and tailors promise things upon a certain day, and don't perform it, although it is of great concern to you? Boniface. Aye, and are not at all ashamed of it. And you may add to these such persons as promise to do you a kindness. Beatus. Aye, you might give 1,000 instances more, not one of which would bear to have the lie given them. Boniface. The world abounds with these lies. Beatus. So in like manner nobody will bear to be called thief, when at the same time they have not the same abhorrence of stealing. Boniface. I would have you tell me plainly. Beatus. What difference is there between him that steals a thing out of your escritory and him that forswears what you have deposited with him? Boniface. No difference but this, that he's the more wicked man who robs him, who reposes a confidence in him. Beatus. But how few are there that do restore that which has been put into their hands, and if they do, restore the whole? Boniface. I believe but very few. Beatus. But yet not one of them will bear to be called a thief, though he has no aversion to the thing itself. Boniface. This is very common. Beatus. Now do but reckon up with me what is commonly done in the management of the estates of orphans, as to wills and legacies. How much sticks to the fingers of the managers? Boniface. Very often the whole. Beatus. They love thieving, but hate the name of it. Boniface. 'Tis true. Beatus. What do collectors and coiners of public money do, who either coin it with too great an allay or too light? Or they who raise and fall the exchange of money for private ends? Though we don't very well understand the reason of it, yet we may speak of what we experience daily. He that borrows or runs a debt with design never to pay, although he be able, differs very little from a thief. Boniface. He may probably be said to be more wary, but not more honest. Beatus. Notwithstanding there is so great a number, yet none of them can endure the name of a thief. Boniface. God alone knows the heart, and for that reason among men those that run themselves over head and ears in debt are not called thieves. Beatus. What signifies what men call them? if God accounts them thieves. Surely everyone knows his own mind. And besides, he that owes a great deal of money, and yet dishonestly lavishes away what money he gets, and after he has broke and cheated his creditors in one city, runs into another, hunting about for people to cheat, the oftener he does so, does he not declare the more plainly what he is at heart? Boniface. Aye, too plainly, but they ofttimes gloss over the matter. Beatus. How? Boniface. They pretend that this is a common practice with great men and kings, to owe a great deal of money, and to a great many persons, and therefore they that are of this disposition more resemble great men. Beatus. What use would they make of that? Boniface. It is admirable what great liberty they would have allowed to knights. Beatus. But by what right, or by what law? Boniface. Just the same that the lord of the manor shall claim to himself, whatsoever is cast ashore from a shipwreck, although there be a right owner of it, or by which other persons would keep to their own use what they take from a highwayman after he has been apprehended. Beatus. Robbers themselves might make such laws. Boniface. Aye, and they would too, if they knew how to maintain them, and they would have enough to plead in excuse of them, if they did but denounce war before they committed the robbery. Beatus. Who gave knights this privilege above the commons? Boniface. The law of arms, for thus they are trained up for war, that they may be more expert at plundering the enemy. Beatus. I believe it was after this manner that Pyrrhus trained his soldiers up to war. Boniface. No, but the Lacedaemonians did. Beatus. A mischief take them, and their whole army too. But how came this title to have so great a prerogative? Boniface. Some of it by descent, some purchase it with money, and some take it to themselves. Beatus. And may anybody have it that will? Boniface. Yes, he may, if his manners but be answerable to theirs. Beatus. What are they? Boniface. Never to be guilty of doing a good action, to go fine, wear a diamond ring, whore stoutly, gain continually, spend his life in drinking and diversion, speak of nothing that's mean, be continually cracking of castles, duels, battles, and everything that looks great. They take the liberty of quarrelling with whom they have a mind, although they ha'n't a foot of land of their own to set their feet upon. Beatus. Such knights as these deserve to be mounted upon the wooden horse, but there are a great many such knights of Gelderland. End of Things and Words by Erasmus, from the Colloquies of Erasmus, Volume 2.
Painting Reflections, from Landscape Painting in Oil Color by Alfred East. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reflections. If you have been to sea, you may have noticed that the color of the water was mainly due to the reflection of the sky. The motions of the wind and ocean currents throw the waves into many angles, which reflect portions of the sky at various lines of incidence. If you cross the channel, you observe a difference in the color of the water when you face the sun or turn away from it. You know the water itself is the same, but it has varied with the appearance of the sky. The sea, like the land, derives its tints from numerous causes. The clouds in all their transformations from dawn to sundown affect the result, and to their reflections must be added the mutual interaction of lights and shadows among the waves themselves. Have you watched the agitated surface of a rapid stream? It displays an immense variety of lights and darks, more baffling than anything else in natural phenomena. Its movement is so quick, the colors of the reflected objects are so diverse, as to render it almost impossible to portray its interlacing and intermingling forms. Only by the most persistent study, first in a series of drawings of a simple passage, and then of a more involved passage, can you attain thorough mastery of both facts and the method of treating them. Perhaps the simplest stage in the study would be an examination of the reflection of some individual object, that is, a light-colored pole standing by the edge of the water. It has, we will suppose, a background of dark green trees, which almost cover the area of its reflections. You will see the contortions of its shape produced by the swift alterations in the surface of the watery mirror. At the base of the reflection, the line of the reflected pole is broken into quivering fragments. This is accounted for by the interruption of other reflections at other angles. You will observe that the movement of the reflected forms are coincident with the movement of the water, and at the edge of the stream the object is more defined, and as it gets nearer the center it is broken up or confused by the more rapid movement. But supposing the stream was still, the reflection would be almost a replica of the object. But if you find it difficult to draw the reflection of the pole, your task is increased when you come to its background. You not only have to represent a light object against a dark space, but a confusion of many colors thrown across the moving surface. There are other conditions which lend attraction to the study of reflected trees in water. In the case of an absolutely still surface, which reproduces the scene distinctly, the reflected object presents a different figure, owing to the angle of vision of the object itself varying from the angle of reflection. It is not necessary for my purpose to go very closely into the principle involved. My present aim is to encourage the student to observe, and he will reap ample reward in the many surprises of this fascinating research. From rough to smooth water you will find the reflection altered according to the motion of the water at the surface. Perhaps the most effective point, but not the most difficult to seize, is when the water is slightly agitated by the air, and the reflections are lengthened into long strips of color to the foreground. The charm of this particular effect is perhaps most striking on large sheets of inland water. The surface may be so agitated as to produce lengthy reflections of sky tints, which create a more vivid feeling of liquidity than if the water were still. Take again the reflected glare of the sun upon water on a sultry day. The heat has dimmed the mountains with a soft haze, and the sleepy lake lies like an inert mass of molten metal. The very air seems thick with heat, and all about you is a sense of its throbbing pulsation. Nothing seems to move except by the disturbance of the heat waves. A fish leaps, and the broken surface of the water reflects the sunshine in an instantaneous flash. Or you may have seen some floating rushes. The capillary attraction pulls up the water till it presents a reflecting surface to the sun, and reveals an edge of intense brilliance which it would be impossible fully to realize with paint. Have you noticed also the sun at noon on a hot August day, how its heat fills the air with a quivering mirage, how everything that is seen within a certain distance from the earth's surface seems to be vibrating? You actually see the heat and its peculiar effect upon the lower sky, which, practically speaking, is clear. You wish to give the sensation of it in your picture. Every sky which is clear and big, with a low landscape horizon, gives in a more or less marked manner this sensation along its edge. At the zenith it may be quite calm and pure, a vast expanse of perfectly placid blue. But by noon, along the hot fields, you observe the heat shimmering and vibrating with a growing effect upon the flat fields, until the figures of the harvesters in the distance and the cattle and the horses are distorted by the strange radiation. The sun's reflection is sometimes caught in looking from a height upon a river between the trunks of trees. The light cuts out the substance of the intervening darks, and in some places where the trunk is slender, apparently divides it. This glare of intense sunshine cannot be entirely realized. As usual, a compromise must be made, and if that compromise gives you the feeling of the actual fact, then it is justified. I may say in passing that the white of the palette does not express light. Break it with yellow, not mix it, and you will find that it suggests a higher key, although in reality it is of a lower shade than the actual white pigment. Similarly, the juxtaposition of certain pigments, so broken that the predominant feeling of the colors is the same as that of a flat tone, may give one a sensation of vibration, although appearing in the general arrangement of color values as a flat tone. Roofs of houses, by reflection, may reach a higher pitch of light than anything else in the landscape, and make a most interesting feature, and one which probably conveys the idea of sunshine better than any other detail of your composition. The beauty of reflected color may contribute much to your design. I can recall the reflection of the sublime Fujiyama across the water in the Lake of Hara, ending amid the interstices of the amber rushes at my feet. Beyond the mirrored blue of the sky, the snow peak and the mystic gray of the shore gleamed a strip of pale rose color. One would have supposed this to reflect the sky immediately above, but no, it reflected another part of the heavens. Innumerable wavelets, ruffled by a passing current of air, had caught up the tint of a rosy cloud and transferred it to a remoter part of the lake. The reflection from sunlit grass on the under parts of a white cow, combined with that of the sky on its back, is a puzzling thing in paint, but it is far worthier your brush than the exercise of painting the cow in the shadow of a fold yard, uncomplicated by reflected lights. I was once asked to criticize a picture of cows under an evening sky, and I made the comment that it was not painted from nature. "Why?" inquired the artist. "Because," I replied, "you show no reflections of the eastern sky upon the surfaces which would in nature throw them back to your eye." We admire the beauty of reflection in a crowded street on a wet afternoon. The lamps have just been lit, and they are repeated with many variations in the puddles. The pavement reflects the wayfarer, giving its own local color and accepting others. On a bright day there is an enormous amount of reflected light from the sky, which subdues the color and at the same time raises the pitch of light, the result being the loss of that richness one sees when the sky is gray. To view the full brilliance of color in any country, you must see it under a gray sky. You have probably remarked the difference in this respect between England and the South. Not only is the landscape grayer by reason of the local color of the component parts of the landscape, but it becomes so in consequence of the more pronounced light. A scarlet dress in an English scene looks brilliant, but the same object transferred to a street in sunlit Cairo would melt into its surroundings. In Egypt, the glare of the sun is so strong that the houses add to their native whiteness a blazing reflection which defies paint, and this circumstance drove many artists to darken the sky, a conventional device which only defeated its own end. The object which they failed to achieve by this means was to represent the all-pervading light and heat which lends so distinct a feature to Egyptian scenery. So again, the physical effect upon one's eyesight of reflected light in the desert or on an alpine snow slope imparts a sensation which endures in one's memory. But though that glow may be realized partially by words, its brilliance can be much less adequately conveyed by painting. Note the reflection of the grass upon the trunks of trees near the ground. By painting this reflection, you will at once get rid of the hardness which most amateurs betray. Do what Corot did. Walk around your tree, examine it narrowly, and know it thoroughly before attempting to paint it. Note that not only is the color of the trunk altered by reflected light, but every leaf, while always in color in sympathy with the sky, reflects light and color according to its surfaces. For example, leaves with an absorbent surface, as the elm, do not reflect the sky as brilliantly as those with a smoother surface. And always remember that the color of a tree is built up by the aggregate of the colors of its leaves. You will have noticed how within the shadow of a whitewashed wall across a sunlit street there gleams the reflection of the shining road. The light is reflected and re-reflected again like an echo. Remark also that the depth of water is indicated by the character of the reflections on its surface. Shallow water reveals the color of its bed within the reflection of dark objects. Note on a rainy day the 100 phenomena of the wet streets, and you will see things that will come to you as revelations. The other day I saw in a river a submerged boat. I perceived distinctly its ribs and seats. Without changing my position, when I half closed my eyes, I saw nothing but the reflection of the sky. Upon the same factor of sky reflection depends the just modeling of a tree and its branches, and you should not set out to reproduce foliage before you have conscientiously studied the action of reflected light. 1,000 things in nature are beautified by reflections, which give animation and vitality. Reflected light makes the edge of a stagnant pond sparkle like a necklace of diamonds. It touches the scythe which severs the dank grass. It illuminates the ferrule of the carter's whip until it glistens like the scepter of a king. It vivifies your subject and gives a soul to your picture. It should always manifest its presence. It is easily forgotten in the studio, but not so readily when one faces nature. There is no excuse for the painter, let his scheme be ever so decorative, who neglects the aid of a quality which often adds to, and can never detract from, the dignity of his work. If I may so define it, it announces the sympathy and unity of nature. kissing with golden light the meadow green, gilding the stream with heavenly alchemy. End of Painting Reflections from Landscape Painting in Oil Color by Alfred East. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Progress by Professor Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Progress. In the course of a lecture on the resources of New Brunswick, Professor Brown of the Ontario Agricultural College told the following story by an Arabian writer. I passed one day by a very rude and beautifully situated hamlet in a vast forest, and asked a savage whom I saw how long it had been there. "It is indeed an old place," replied he. "We know it has stood there for 100 years, as the hunting home of the great St. John, but how long previous to that we do not know. 1 century afterward, as I passed by the same place, I found a busy little city reaching down to the sea, where ships were loading timber for distant lands. On asking one of the inhabitants how long this had flourished, he replied, 'I am looking to the future years, and not to what has gone past, and have no time to answer such questions.' On my return there 100 years afterward, I found a very smoky and wonderfully populous city, with many tall chimneys, and asked one of the inhabitants how long it had been founded. 'It is indeed a mighty city,' replied he. 'We know not how long it has existed, and our ancestors there on this subject are as ignorant as ourselves.' Another century after that, as I passed by the same place, I found a much greater city than before, but could not see the tall chimneys, and the air was pure as crystal. The country to the north and the east and the west was covered with noble mansions and great farms, full of many cattle and sheep. I demanded of a peasant who was reaping grain on the sands of the seashore how long ago this change took place. 'In sooth, a strange question,' replied he. 'This ground and city have never been different from what you now behold them.' 'Were there not of old,' said I, 'many great manufactures in this city?' 'Never,' answered he, 'so far as we have seen, and never did our fathers speak to us of any such.' On my return there 100 years afterward, I found the city was built across the sea eastward into the opposite country. There were no horses, and no smoke of any kind came from the dwellings. The inhabitants were traveling through the air on wires which stretched far into the country on every side, and the whole land was covered with many mighty trees and great vineyards, so that the noble mansions could not be seen for the magnitude of the fruit thereof. Lastly, on coming back again, after an equal lapse of time, I could not perceive the slightest vestige of the city. I inquired of a very old and saintly man, who appeared to be under deep emotion, and who stood alone upon the spot, how long it had been destroyed. 'Is this a question,' said he, 'from a man like you? Know ye not that cities are not now part of the human economy? Every one travels through the air on wings of electricity, and lives in separate dwellings, scattered all over the land. The ships of the sea are driven by the same power, and go above or below as found to be best for them. In the cultivation of the soil,' said he, 'neither horse nor steam power are employed. The plough is not known, nor are fertilizers of any more value in growing the crops of the field. Electricity is carried under the surface of every farm and all overhead like a net. When the inhabitants require rain for any particular purpose, it is drawn down from the heavens by similar means. The influence of electricity has destroyed all evil things, and removed all diseases from among men and beasts, and every living thing upon the earth. All things have changed, and what was once the noble city of my name is to become the great meeting place of all the leaders of science throughout the whole world. End of Progress by Professor Brown. Read by April 6090, California, United States of America.
The Virgin Averse to Matrimony by Erasmus, 1466 to 1536. From the Colloquies of Erasmus, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Virgin Averse to Matrimony. The Argument. A virgin averse to matrimony will needs be a nun. She is dissuaded from it and persuaded to moderate her inclination in this matter, and to do nothing against her parents' consent, but rather to marry, that virginity may be maintained in a conjugal life. The monk's way of living in celibacy is rallied children, why so called. He abhors those plagiaries who entice young men and maidens into monasteries, as though salvation was to be had no other way, whence it comes to pass that many great wits are, as it were, buried alive. Eubulus, Catherine. Eubulus. I am glad with all my heart that supper is over at last, that we may have an opportunity to take a walk, which is the great diversion of the world. Catherine. And I was quite tired of sitting so long at table. Eubulus. How green and charming does everything in the world look! Surely this is its youth. Catherine. Aye, so it is. Eubulus. But why is it not spring with you too? Catherine. What do you mean? Eubulus. Because you look a little dull. Catherine. Why, don't I look as I used to do? Eubulus. Shall I show you how you look? Catherine. With all my heart. Eubulus. Do you see this rose, how it contracts itself now towards night? Catherine. Yes, I do see it. And what then? Eubulus. Why, just so you look. Catherine. A very fine comparison. Eubulus. If you won't believe me, see your own face in this fountain here. What was the meaning you sat sighing at supper so? Catherine. Pray don't ask questions about that which don't concern you. Eubulus. But it does very much concern me, since I can't be cheerful myself without you being so too. See now, there's another sigh, and a deep one too. Catherine. There is indeed something that troubles my mind, but I must not tell it. Eubulus. What? Won't you tell me that love you more dearly than I do my own sister, my Katie? Don't be afraid to speak. Be it what it will, you are safe. Catherine. If I should be safe enough, yet I'm afraid I shall never the better in telling my tale to one that can do me no good. Eubulus. How do you know that? If I can't serve you in the thing itself, perhaps I may in counsel or consolation. Catherine. I can't speak it out. Eubulus. What is the matter? Do you hate me? Catherine. I love you more deeply than my own brother, and yet, for all that, my heart won't let me divulge it. Eubulus. Will you tell me if I guess it? Why do you quibble now? Give me your word, or I'll never let you alone till I have it out. Catherine. Well then, I do give you my word. Eubulus. Upon the whole of the matter, I can't imagine what you should want of being completely happy. Catherine. I would I were so. Eubulus. You are in the very flower of your age. If I'm not mistaken, you are now in your 17th year. Catherine. That's true. Eubulus. So that in my opinion the fear of old age can't yet be any part of your trouble. Catherine. Nothing less, I assure you. Eubulus. And you are every way lovely, and that is the singular gift of God. Catherine. of my person, such as it is, I neither glory nor complain. Eu. And besides, the habit of your body and your complexion bespeak you to be in perfect health, unless you have some hidden distemper. Ca. Nothing of that, I thank God. Eu. And besides, your credit is fair. Ca. I trust it is. Eu. And you are endowed with a good understanding suitable to the perfections of your body, and such a one as I could wish to myself in order to my attainment of the liberal sciences. Ca. If I have, I thank God for it. Eu. And again, you are of a good agreeable humour, which is rarely met with in great beauties. They are not wanting either. Ca. I wish they were such as they should be. Eu. Some people are uneasy at the meanness of their extraction, but your parents are both of them well descended and virtuous, of plentiful fortunes, and very kind to you. Ca. I have nothing to complain upon that account. Eu. What need of many words? Of all the young women in the country, you are the person I would choose for a wife, if I were in condition to pretend to it. Ca. And I would choose none but you for a husband, if I were disposed to marry. Eu. It must needs be some extraordinary matter that troubles your mind so. Ca. It is no light matter, you may depend upon it. Eu. You won't take it ill, I hope, if I guess at it. Ca. I have promised you I won't. Eu. I know by experience what a torment love is. Come, confess now, is that it? You promised to tell me. Ca. There's love in the case, but not that sort of love that you imagine. Eu. What sort of love is it that you mean? Ca. Guess. Eu. I have guessed all the guesses I can guess, but I'm resolved I'll never let go of this hand till I have gotten it out of you. Ca. How violent you are. Eu. Whatever your care is, repose it in my breast. Ca. Since you are so urgent, I will tell you. From my very infancy I have had a very strong inclination. Eu. To what, I beseech you? Ca. To put myself into a cloister. Eu. What? To be a nun? Ca. Yes. Eu. Ho! I find I was out in my notion, to leave a shoulder of mutton for a sheep's head. Ca. What's that you say, Eu. Eu. Nothing, my dear, I did but cough. But go on, tell me it out. Ca. This was my inclination, but my parents were violently set against it. Eu. I hear ye. Ca. On the other hand, I strove by entreaties, fair words, and tears, to overcome that pious aversion of my parents. Eu. Oh, strange! Ca. At length, when they saw I persisted in entreaties, prayers, and tears, they promised me that if I continued with the same mind till I was 17 years of age, they would let me to my own liberty. The time is now come. I continue still in the same mind, and they go from their words. This is that which troubles my mind. I have told you my distemper. Do you be my physician, and cure me if you can. Eu. In the first place, my sweet creature, I would advise you to moderate your affections, and if you can't do all you would, do all that you can. Ca. It will certainly be the death of me, if I hadn't my desire. Eu. What was it that gave the first rise to this fatal resolution? Ca. Formerly, when I was a little girl, they carried me into one of those cloisters of virgins, carried me all about it, and showed me the whole college. I was mightily taken with the virgins. They looked so charmingly pretty, just like angels. The chapels were so neat, and smelt so sweet. The gardens looked so delicately well ordered, that in short, which way soever I turned my eyes, everything seemed delightful. And then I had the prettiest discourse with the nuns, and I found 2 or 3 that had been my playfellows when I was a child, and I have had a strange passion for that sort of life ever since. Eu. I have no dislike to the nunneries themselves, though the same thing can never agree with all persons. But considering your genius, as far as I can gather from your complexion and manners, I would rather advise you to an agreeable husband, and set up a college in your own house, of which he shall be the abbot and you the abbess. Ca. I will rather die than quit my resolution of virginity. Eu. Nay, it is indeed an admirable thing to be a pure virgin, but you may keep yourself so without running yourself into a cloister from which you never can come out. You may keep your maidenhead at home with your parents. Ca. Yes, I may, but it is not so safe there. Eu. Much safer truly in my judgment there, than with those brawny swell-bellied monks. They are no capons, I assure you, whatever you may think of them. They are called fathers, and they commonly make good their calling to the very letter. Time was when maids lived nowhere honester than at home with their parents, when the only spiritual father they had was the bishop. But prithee, tell me, what cloister hast thou made choice of among them all to be a slave in? Ca. The Cistercian. Eu. Oh, I know it. It is a little way from your father's house. Ca. You're right. Eu. I am very well acquainted with the whole gang. A sweet fellowship to renounce father and mother, friends, and a worthy family for. For the patriarch himself, what with age, wine, and a certain natural drowsiness, has been moped this many a day. He can't now relish anything but wine, and he has 2 companions, John and Jodocus, that match him to a hair. And as for John, indeed I can't say he is an ill man, for he has nothing at all of a man about him but his beard, not a grain of learning in him, and not much more common prudence. And Jodocus, he's so arrogant a sot, that if he were not tied up to the habit of his order, he would walk in the streets in a fool's cap, with ears and bells at it. Ca. Truly they seem to be very good men. Eu. But, my Kitty, I know 'em better than you do. They will do good offices perhaps between you and your parents, but they may gain a proselyte. Ca. Jodocus is very civil to me. Eu. A great favor indeed. But suppose them good and learned men today, you'll find 'em the contrary perhaps tomorrow, and let them be what they will then, you must bear with them. Ca. I am so troubled to see so many entertainments at my father's house, and married folks are so given to talk smutty. I'm put to it sometimes when men come to kiss me, and you know one can't deny a kiss. Eu. He that would avoid everything that offends him must go out into the world. We must accustom our ears to hear everything, but let nothing enter the mind but what is good. I suppose your parents allow you a chamber to yourself. Ca. Yes, they do. Eu. Then when you retire thither, if you find the company go troublesome, and while you are drinking and joking, you may entertain yourself with Christ your spouse, praying, singing, and giving thanks. Your father's house will not defile you, and you will make it the more pure. Ca. It is but a great deal safer to be in virgin company. Eubulus. I do not disapprove of a chaste society, yet I will not have you delude yourself with false imaginations. When once you come to be thoroughly acquainted there, and see things nearer hand, perhaps things won't look with so good a face as they did once. They are not all virgins that wear veils, believe me. Catherine. Good words, I beseech you. Eubulus. Those are good words that are true words. I never read of but one virgin that was a mother, i.e., the Virgin Mary, unless the eulogy we appropriate to the Virgin be transferred to a great many to be called virgins after childbearing. Catherine. I abhor the thoughts on it. Eubulus. Nay, and more than that, those maids, I'll assure you, do more than becomes maids to do. Catherine. Aye? Why so, pray? Eubulus. Because there are more among 'em that imitate Sappho in manners than are like her in wit. Catherine. I don't very well understand you. Eubulus. My dear Kitty, I therefore speak in cipher, that you may not understand me. Catherine. But my mind runs strangely to this course of life, and I've a strong opinion that this disposition comes from God, because it hath continued with me so many years, and grows every day stronger and stronger. Eubulus. Your good parents being so violently set against it, makes me suspect it. If what you attempt were good, God would have inclined your parents to favor the motion. But you have contracted this affection from the gay things you saw when you were a child, the tittle-tattles of the nuns, and the hankering you have after your old companions, the external pomp and specious ceremonies, and the importunities of the senseless monks which hunt you to make a proselyte of you, that they may tipple more largely. They know your father to be liberal and bountiful, and they'll either give him an invitation to them, because they know he'll bring wine enough with him to serve their 10 lusty soaks, or else they'll come to him. Therefore let me advise you to do nothing without your parents' consent, whom God has appointed your guardians. God would have inspired their minds too, if the thing you were attempting were a religious matter. Catherine. In this matter it is piety to condemn father and mother. Eubulus. It is, I grant, sometimes a piece of piety to condemn father or mother for the sake of Christ. But for all that, I would not act piously, that being a Christian, and had a pagan to his father, who had nothing but his son's charity to support him, would forsake him and leave him to starve. If you had not this day professed Christ by baptism, and if your parents should forbid you to be baptized, you would indeed then do piously to prefer Christ before your impious parents. For if your parents should offer to force you to do some impious, scandalous thing, their authority in that case were to be condemned. But what is this to the case of a nunnery? You have Christ at home. You have the dictates of nature, the approbation of heaven, the exhortation of St. Paul, and the obligations of human laws for your obedience to parents. And will you now withdraw yourself from under the authority of good and natural parents to give yourself up a slave to a fictitious father rather than to your real father, and a strange mother instead of your true mother, and to serve masters and mistresses rather than parents? For you are so under your parents' direction that they would have you be at liberty wholly, and therefore sons and daughters are called liberi, children, because they are free from the condition of servants. You are now of a free woman about to make yourself voluntarily a slave. The clemency of the Christian religion has in a great measure cast out of the world the old bondage, saving only some obscure footsteps in some few places. But there is now a days found out under pretence of religion a new sort of servitude, as they now live indeed in many monasteries. You must do nothing there but by a rule, and then all that you lose they get. If you offer to step but one step out of the door, you're lugged back again just like a criminal that had poisoned her father. And to make the slavery yet more evident, they changed the habit your parents gave you, and after the manner of the slaves in old time, bought and sold in the market, they changed the very name that was given you in baptism, and Peter or John are called Francis or Dominic or Thomas. Peter first gives his name up to Christ, and being to be entered into Dominic's order, he's called Thomas. If a military servant casts off the garment his master gave him, is he not looked upon to have renounced his master? And do we applaud him that takes upon him a habit that Christ, the master of us all, never gave him? He is punished more severely for the changing of it again than if he had 100 times thrown away the livery of his lord and emperor, which is the innocency of his mind. Catherine. But they say it is a meritorious work to enter into this voluntary confinement. Eubulus. That is a pharisaical doctrine. St. Paul teaches us otherwise, and will not have him that is called free make himself a servant, but rather endeavor that he may be more free. And this makes the servitude the worse, that you may serve many masters, and those most commonly fools too, and debauchees. And besides that, they are uncertain, being every now and then new. But answer me this one thing, I beseech you. Do any laws discharge you from your duty to your parents? Catherine. No. Eubulus. Can you buy or sell an estate against your parents' consent? Catherine. No, I can't. Eubulus. What right have you then to give away yourself to I know not whom against your parents' consent? Are you not their child, the dearest and the most appropriate part of their possession? Catherine. In the business of religion, the laws of nature give place. Eubulus. The great point of our religion lies in our baptism, but the matter in question here only the changing of a habit, or of such a course of life, which in itself is neither good nor evil. And now consider but this one thing, how many valuable privileges you lose, together with your liberty. Now if you have a mind to read, pray, or sing, you may go into your own chamber as much and as often as you please. When you have enough of retirement, you may go to church, hear anthems, prayers, and sermons. And if you see any matron or virgin remarkable for piety, in whose company you may get good, if you see any man that is endowed with singular probity, from whom you may learn what will make for your bettering, you may have their conversation, and you may choose that preacher that preaches Christ most purely. When once you come into a cloister, all these things, that are the greatest assistances in the promotion of true piety, you lose at once. Catherine. But in the meantime I shall not be a nun. Eubulus. What signifies the name? Consider the thing itself. They make their boast of obedience, and won't you be praiseworthy in being obedient to your parents, your bishop, and your pastor, whom God has commanded you to obey? Do you profess poverty? And may not you too, when all is in your parents' hands? Although the virgins of former times were in an especial manner commended by holy men for their liberality towards the poor, but they could never have given anything if they had possessed nothing. Nor will your charity be ever the less for living with your parents. And what is there more in a convent than these? A veil, a linen shift turned into a stole, and certain ceremonies. which of themselves signify nothing to the advancement of piety, and make no body more acceptable in the eyes of Christ, who only regards the purity of the mind. Catherine. This is news to me. Eu. But it is true news. When you, not being discharged from the government of your parents, can't dispose of or sell so much as a rag or an inch of ground, what right can you pretend to for disposing of yourself into the service of a stranger? Catherine. They say that the authority of a parent does not hinder a child from entering into a religious life. Eu. Did you not make profession of religion in your baptism? Catherine. Yes. Eu. And are not they religious persons that conform to the precepts of Christ? Catherine. They are so. Eu. What new religion is that then, which makes that void, that the law of nature had established, what the old law hath taught, and the gospel approved, and the apostles confirmed? That is an ordinance that never came from heaven, but was hatched by a company of monks in their cells. And after this manner some of them undertake to justify a marriage between a boy and a girl, though without the privity, and against the consent of their parents, if the contract be, as they phrase it, in words of the present tense. And yet that position is neither according to the dictate of nature, the law of Moses, or the doctrine of Christ or his apostles. Catherine. Do you think, then, that I may not espouse myself to Christ without my parents' consent? Eu. I say that you have espoused him already, and so we all have. Where is the woman that marries the same man twice? The question is here only about places, garments, and ceremonies. I don't think duty to parents is to be abandoned for the sake of these things, and you ought to look to it, that instead of espousing Christ, you don't espouse somebody else. Catherine. But I am told that in this case it is a piece of the highest sanctity even to contemn one's parents. Eu. Pray, require these doctors to show you a text for it out of the Holy Scriptures that teach this doctrine, and if they can't do this, then bid them drink off a good large bumper of Burgundian wine. That they can do bravely. It is indeed a piece of piety to fly from wicked parents to Christ, but to fly from pious parents to a monkery, that is, as it too often proves, to fly from aught to stark naught. What pity is that, I pray? Although in old time he that was converted from paganism to Christianity paid yet as great a reverence to his idolatrous parents as it was possible to do without prejudice to religion itself. Catherine. Are you then against the main institution of a monastic life? Eu. No, by no means. But as I will not persuade anybody against it that is already engaged in this sort of life to endeavor to get out of it, so I would most undoubtedly caution all young women, especially those of generous tempers, not to precipitate themselves unadvisedly into that state from which there is no getting out afterwards, and rather, because their chastity is more in danger in a cloister than out of it, and beside that, you may do whatsoever is done there as well as at home. Catherine. You have indeed urged many and very considerable arguments. Yet this affection of mine can't be removed. Eu. If I can't dissuade you from it, as I wish heartily I could, however, remember this one thing, that Eubulus told you beforehand. In the meantime, out of the love I bear you, I wish your inclinations may succeed better than my counsel. End of The Virgin Averse to Matrimony by Erasmus, 1466 to 1536. From the Colloquies of Erasmus, Volume 1,